Alright, hello. I have had a cat join me on the desk, so I'm all over the place. Alright, we'll go here. I think we have everything set up. Y'all should hopefully be able to hear me. I accidentally managed to mute the music while trying to deal with the cat and getting set up. Kia ora everybody, we have a shadow here. He knows today's half about him. So I hope you're all going well. He's looking, please stop rubbing against my microphone. I swear to God, one day you're going to break this mic. I want that one. We have to open all the things, and we've got extra things to open today in preparation, and yeah, okay. So we should all be open now. So, kia ora Laura, Nif, Angie, Kaleidoscopic Colours, Jeanette, hello. Hope you're all doing well. We are... we're nervous about today. Oh, so good. Alright, we better deal with a cat, because we have a cat that's being a pain, so we're going to start by dealing with a cat so that he's not so much of a pain. But you can see that we have some sketchbooks and some stuff stacked up in front here, because, yeah, if you weren't aware, today is a drawing stream, which is also why I'm nervous and also why I'm gloved up, and also why the light is going to be a bit weird on some of the stream. Oh, I was going to paint my nails too. Well, too late now. Good about that. Coffee. So yeah, I hope you're all doing well. I finally had the day yesterday of nothing planned. So I ended up messaging and nibbling and being like, hey, I'm thinking about going for a swim. Does nibbling want to come? Which of course was got a resounding yes. So me and a nibbling went to the pools for 4 hours, and then afterwards went to bakery just to get some hot chips afterwards. And yeah, by the time I returned Child was falling asleep. So I might have swam a bit too long with the kid, but it was fun. We had a lot of fun and stuff. So I had a really big swim yesterday, which was really nice. Which is great for my joints, because swimming is great for my joints. And then yeah, I basically fell asleep myself and spent the rest of the night just kind of flopped in bed because I was tired. But your hand is okay. My hand will cope. This is a protection for what we're doing today, so we'll talk about all that. You probably don't want me to pet you because I'm wearing a menthol glove, so it's not going to be great on your fur. Surprised you want to rub your hand against it. So yes, for all the people joining us, this is not regular stream time anymore. It used to be a regular stream time. It may become a regular stream time again. We'll see how we go. But today is a special stream because last weekend at this time, we were on day 3 of our charity stream. And I said during the charity stream weekend that when we reached 500 and 1,000 pounds, that I would design, live, and release for free by the end of the month on my Ko-fi store 2 colouring pages for a colouring book that I have been thinking about. Well, I've been thinking about designing it for years, but the story has really been settled in the last 8 months or so. So that's what today's stream is that we're going to talk about the story and the design, and I'll show you some of the rough sketches and the stuff that I have done for this colouring book, and then we'll work on designing and drawing one of the pages. So I am a little nervous, and the reason why I'm nervous is because drawing is something that is still quite difficult for me because of my injuries to my hands. I have an autoimmune inflammatory arthritis, and that is why my bones often hurt and I get a lot of swelling and stuff like that. While waiting for a diagnosis and in the middle of what's called a flare-up, where your body just basically swells like crazy, I also fell over and I damaged my hand. And this is how I started colouring, because I wanted to learn to rehold a pencil. So I did. I've managed to relearn pencil strength, stuff like that. However, the strength that I use for colouring and how I use a pencil for colouring is different for how I use a pencil for drawing. Glitter Day, hello. I have seen your email. I saw it this morning, so I will respond to that after stream. Thank you so much. But welcome in. So yeah, it was wonderful for helping me relearn pencil strength, hand strength, and relearn how to hold a pencil. But drawing uses different motions to colouring. At least I feel like it does for me. And when I draw, it's not the same as when I draw pre-injury. I can still feel some of the injury in there. It's not 100%. So it's meant that for me drawing, plus I just fell in love with colouring, because when I used to draw my own pictures and then colour them, it was always the colouring that I loved. The drawing was just whatever, I've got to get this done in order to have the line works to then colour. So colouring books took away that part, and I could just go into my favourite part. So yeah, because of that, drawing's never quite click the same. So we're going to do our best. But this is why I'm wearing the glove. I'm wearing compression gloves in preparation, because I'm aware that this is going to hurt my hand. I've also taken pain meds. We will be doing hand stretches. I actually did a whole bunch of hand stretches before I went live, just to try and warm up my hands, make sure everything was good. That's why I didn't quite hit the go live 5 minutes live, because I was doing things. And why I forgot to paint my nails, because I was too busy doing other stuff. So yeah, we will be taking regular, breaks, just to make sure we're keeping our hand nice and limber. Shadows straight away like, nope, you can't do anything right now, because this is my bed. The other thing that I have done is I have turned off auto lighting, which means right now you can see that the lighting is going shadow bright, shadow bright, shadow bright. It's because there are trees right outside my window, and the light is coming in through the trees, and it's very windy here today. So yeah, but if I don't turn off that auto lighting, every time I bring the glove in, it will blow out the camera as we go from black to white. So yeah, no, we will be taking it very slow, and we will be taking breaks. And if I reach that point where I feel my hand is getting too crunchy, Laura, we will be ending the drawing stream for today. And I will do some more drawing off camera. I imagine I might have to draw next weekend as well to do 2 pages. But that being said, while pulling all my stuff out, because it's been a while since I've looked at it, I did find some half started and one page that's even like kind of sketched out entirely. So I do have some that are kind of almost there, just really need some line work. We'll see when we go for it. So I also have like some backups, if that makes sense. But we're going to talk about what pages to do, because in order to talk about that, we will be seeing, yep, once this guy moves, it's all in here. That's what all this is. This is like my sketchbook, and this folder here is some of the pages that I've already done. So we'll be going for all that. But the actual colouring book, so the actual story behind the colouring book, we'll talk about that first, because again, it is very cute. I think it's cute. So for a long time, especially since falling into the colouring book community, I was like, it would be really cool to do my own colouring book. What would I do? I used to do like these illustrative realism is what I used to call my portraiture art that I used to do. I could take all my portraiture art and turn that into colouring book pages. I could draw new people, because I've always been interested in portraiture. I could do this, I could do this, and nothing just really clicked with me. And then, of course, back in my head, I love colouring cats and shadow, and maybe I should do a shadow colouring book. And then one day I was babysitting the nibblings, and Shadow, of course, being an outside cat, walked out into the backyard, jumped over the fence, and went into the bush beyond our backyard. Shadow's very protective of his book. He is. He's like, this is mine. No see. But yeah, so Shadow jumped over the fence and went into the bush. And the nibbling posed the question to me, what happens when Shadow leaves the garden? What happens when Shadow goes into the bush? And me being obviously a dungeon master for Dungeons and Dragons and stuff like that, improv skills came out, and then we began to make up a story where I kind of laid out the idea that there was this secret magical world in the garden. And so I started asking the nibblings what else they thought was in this world down there. And this is how the Garden Glen came to be. So the working title at the moment is Shadow and the Secrets of the Garden Glen. That is the working title. I don't know if we'll keep that. But yeah, it was like the secret Garden Glen. So that's kind of the area we made up. And so the nibblings have come up with different ideas of what they think is in this secret magical world that you reach by climbing over the fence and working your way through the bush. And you go through a portal into the backyard, and then you enter into this world. So there's a couple of specific things in this world. For example, there's a lake that has both mermaids and an octopus. There are spiders that are also clothiers and help you wash your clothes and hang up your clothing. That is the youngest nibbling's very specific contribution. And like the animals are people size, but Shadow would still stay the same size, so he would be tiny. And when we say people size, like kid size, and yeah. So you're scratching your ear again. You're not meant to scratch here. I know you got a boo-boo, but you're not meant to scratch here. You've been scratching the leg too. Okay. So what I have done so far is I've had this spreadsheet. This is my secrets spreadsheet. And you can see that there is some pages that have kind of titled, or I've kind of figured out. Now I may add in more, I may remove more, but the main thing that this book will follow is two kids who we are calling Papaya and Peel, which are inspired by but not my nibblings. I'm going to make that very clear. Papaya and Peel are the nicknames that we are given them. They are nicknames that we use sometimes, but yeah, inspired by but not my nibblings. I'm making that very clear. And the book starts with us following, like, them playing with the cat. So there's a bunch of them playing with the cat in real life, and then the cat, aka Shadow, goes into the backyard and jumps over the fence. So of course, them being kids, follow him over the fence, and that's when we step into the magical world, and that's where a bunch of different stuff occurs. So, mister, I need you to move now. I'm sorry, but I need to get into the folders. He's not impressed, Joel. He's not impressed about me moving him. I have got a whole blankie on the ground for you here. You've got a whole area down there that you can go to. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. He's not happy, y'all. No, you'll never reveal my secret. Oh, I'm actually already too hot in this. Ugh. Just make sure my undertop is actually pulled down and we don't do an accidental on the internet. Oh, okay. Ugh. It's very warm today. I'm also warm because, again, nervous. Because it's something I've been designing. So, yeah, following two kids, Papaya and Peel, Shadow. And so, when I was making up this story with the nibblings and different areas, and then I was like, oh, this would actually make a cute colouring book. Which, of course, one of my nibblings colours with me a lot. And was very like, yes, yes, yes. And they also wanted to create a colouring book page. Now, I don't know whether or not I will officially release this. I will have to talk, of course, to parental units. But this is their interpretation of the garden glen from everything we've talked about. So that's the bushland that you enter. Sorry, it may be a little blown out because again we are dealing with the fact I'm wearing compression gloves. So I will turn the... We're going to be playing a lot with contrast today and making sure our blacks are black. So this is the bush where you come in, and the faraway mountains to a completely different land. Apparently there's a dragon back there. You can see this is the two nibblings visiting the land. Shadows down here. This is the thing where the mermaids live and the octopus. Can't remember what the rock is. That could be the portal. That is... I think there's like a giant sleeping bear somewhere. I'll have to find the story again. But yeah, this was their colouring page that they designed, which is very cute. So keep that in the folder too. So that lives in the folder of pages. But what I have done, so in my old sketchbook, is so I did kind of start figuring out a few pages. Like these are really, really messy, by the way. This is just me randomly scribbling stuff down, trying to figure out how they would look. Random cats, you know, lots of cats. But what I thought today is there are a couple of pages in the garden glen that are really interesting, that could be the more fun ones to like design. Like, I mean, them before they get to the glen is cute. It's them playing with a cat. But we have the water slide one, which you probably won't be able to make sense of my scribbles at all. But this one is them riding down a river on leaves and basically racing on leaves. So Papaya, who is the oldest of the kids, like surfing, Peel holding the stem of a leaf and almost like a go-kart, and then Shadow on a leaf. Little duckies waving like a racing flag, and yeah. We also have them climbing a tree to visit a snack shop because there's a bird in the tree having a snack shop. We have the underwater one where they are visiting the merms. And then we have the one where they are flying in the clouds. So those are the kind of four that I was thinking, because they're the four from the garden glen that I have designed. That's more information about the mermaids. Yeah, it's not as flowy today. I hope this is all making sense. It's just a piece of paper. So my idea for drawing these books, you can see this paper is huge. So to draw it quite large and then shrink it back down, because that means I have like really nice clean lines. Because especially when I go to line stuff, I know my hands aren't the smoothest. So I can do a circle, but it might have little bumps or little shakes, or my hands aren't the smoothest. But if I shrink it down, it will look smoother. So my idea is to draw things really big and then smooth it back down. I also was using this folder to kind of figure out placing and how it would work if it was a double-sided book or if it was a single-sided book. This is me imagining if it was legit to become a book. So what I found that I have done in here so far is the little introduction page. Again, this might be a little blown out. So you can see Shadow drawn there. And this is where we would put information about Shadow. And then over here, and I never finished drawing Papaya, I did draw a little Peel. I appear to have given him a onesie there, but I drew him with t-shirts and shorts somewhere else, which is fine. And then you might just see some of my sketch lines for Papaya. And then I have like a little page of mini bits and pieces that a cat would have, and there's some sketchy lines there of the two of them playing. So that one's like, I just need to clean up and then reline that properly. So those two are done. That's the idea this is Shadow waking up from his nap, jumping off the couch, and then the next page would be walking out into the garden. Oh, thank you, Cassie. I think that's everything that I had like pre-sketched. You can see again my stuff everywhere. So yeah, there's a few pages I have sketched. Like, this is not just a overnight thing. I've been thinking about this for a while. One of the pages that I'm really excited for as well is I thought it would be cool to have one page which is the portal to the Garden Glen, because again, you go into the bush and then you go into the go through the portal, and that's how you get into the Garden Glen. And to make it, you know how some of those books have like, I never cut them out, so I don't know why I was like, I really want to include one of these. But they have those pieces where like you'll have one piece on one page and then you have the main page, and you can stick a cutout from that page to that page. So I thought it would be really fun to have like the portal over 2 pages, and you can cut one half out and it's like a door that opens and then you actually look through the portal. So when am I going to do my 2026 stock take? That was done at the start of the year. I do my stock takes at the start of the year, Cindy, and they do them when I do my complete collection tour. It must be very early for you, Cassie. I'm just realizing. Thank you so much for being here. So yeah, I think that's kind of everything I can explain, but yeah, a lot of the story kind of came about like, you know, you're having a bad day and it's kind of, you just imagine what would be living in this magical world. At the bottom of the garden. Oh, and then, so yeah, as I said, there are a few distinct areas. So there's definitely the lake with the mermaid. There's also in the hills, there's also a land up in the clouds, which is a whole different land. But yeah, there's a rainbow cloud land. So there's that land. It might be the bear that guards the way to Rainbow Cloudland. And yeah, these like, so a lot of what I'm kind of imagining is in here. But then it's like, there's so much that's been explored. And then, of course, the question came up, but what happens when Shadow goes under the deck? And I'm like, well, that's a whole nother portal. So, it's just like portals all over the house for the cat to explore, right? So yeah, there's also the portal under the deck, but that takes you to space. So, that's a different book. So, yeah, when you're a DM, everything becomes a story. Rainbow Cloudland. Yeah. Yeah, so, like, there's still, I don't know how many pages we're going to do. I don't know. Again, I promised to try and do two pages by the end of February. Not try, I am doing 2 pages by the end of February to release for the thing. So, yeah, but these are kind of, because I've got these 4 of the Garden Glen sort of more designed out, if that makes sense. Like, I've got obviously some of the pre-garden stuff. Like you saw, I've got the introduction page for Shadow, Papaya, and Peel done. So, I mean, that's technically 2 pages, but I'm not going to do that because that's also just information pages and just little characters. The minis and them feeding the kids is also almost done. So that's my backup. If this one page takes too long or my hands give out, I will finish that one and be like, okay, well, here's these 2 plus what we're doing. But I'm kind of thinking leaf, like the leaf slide, because that one I can really clearly see. So that one I think is what we're going to start off with, is them riding the leaves down the water slide. Because that'll also give a sense of like the scale of the land as well, because it's very much like yeah, so Shadow and the kids will stay the same proportion. So Shadow, kids, the kids are between 3-ish to 6-ish. So that sort of range, and shadow will stay proportional to them, but the animals that they meet will be bigger. So yeah, I can make sense of the proportions in my head. It's, yeah, shadow is a baby in that land. So yeah, this is going to be what we're working on. So this is just bog standard A4 paper. This is A3 paper. It's 120 GSM. It's nothing special, but the main thing is it's nice and white and smooth. I have left my eraser in the bedroom, which was really, really smart. So I'm going to go and get that because it's a good, unless I have another good eraser up here. You a good eraser? You're not a bad eraser. If I don't like you, I'll go and get the good eraser. You're an awful eraser. Choose what you're most comfortable with. They all sound amazing. Thanks, Laura. I answered that, Cindy. I've already done my colouring book stock take. I won't be doing another one until next year. So, HB pencil. So yeah, we will be taking this slow. We'll be working with our hands the best that they can. I got coffee, I got water, I got drinks. Okay. And I got a bunch of nice people that understand that drawing can be difficult, but we're going to do our best. So my idea is, as well, the reason why I'm using this, because I've got a lot of paper, right? Sketch on it. We can do a messy sketch, and then I've got a light box, so we will do the ink lines on a new piece of paper. So it doesn't really matter what sort of state this gets into. I should also grab a couple of coloured pencils if I need to like clean up lines and stuff, but yeah, we'll do it. Well, I'm really great at drawing stick figures, so there. Stick figures are valid. All drawing is valid. So we're going to start with the big S. So I've already gone too small with that. That's okay. Also got to keep in mind that we're working with a very large page and everything will shrink down. So there'll be the start of the waterfall up here, and let me know how the actual lines are coming up, because again, I am working with some really interesting camera settings today, because we're dealing with a very dark glove. Now, please don't actually race leaves down waterfalls. Yeah, you know, safety first. Especially as a child, do not race a leaf down a waterfall. But we are in a magical land. So, like, what I'm going to do to try and help with the sense of perspective is we'll do things like have these big leaves coming through like that. We've also got the camera at a slightly weird angle today because of the fact I needed to like really zoom it out to try and get the full paper, but I can bring you guys in. I'm not worrying too much about being pedantic right now because we're just sketching out and then we'll clean up. So if that is like, you know, a leaf hanging over this river, and then obviously we'll do like little things along the edge of the river and like little stones and stuff like that. And then what we're going to have is down here, I'm just going to sketch this in really badly for now. It's just to put it in place. Down here is a ducky or some sort of bird. We may change this, but there's some sort of creature, and in its bill is holding a flagpole. Because, you know, they are racing. Of course they're racing. The duck, yeah. So some sort of duck / umpire. You've got your glasses in the other room. No! So yeah, some sort of duck there. Duck / umpire. So I don't know if there's like literally an umpire duck or something. I feel like I've heard that there's an umpire duck. But yeah, that'll be sort of like our race master. And then what we want to do is we will have 3 leaves going on here. So we're going to raise up the edge of the leaf here. So this one is curled around. And this one is shadow. We've got to go a bit bigger, Amy, because force perspective as we go through. And I really want to do for shadow on here, you know when cats like are on all 4 legs and a slightly arched back because a cat racing a leaf down a water slide? Yeah, you know that cat's freaking out slightly. So that's sort of like the... I'm still going to give like a little bit of a like exhilaration happy face to shadow here. Still enjoying it, but definitely like a oh boy look to shadow. So again, I'm just going to roughly sketch this in just so we get these things all laid out. Tail, head, again, beautiful sketching. we're just laying out the page. We'll clean up, because that is that. And then our next big leaf is going to be here. And this one, instead of being, you know, this one's got your leaf with the stem at the back and the tail at the top. This one, we're going to have the stem at the front. And that gives us Peel's leaf. And so Peel's going to have their little legs sticking out from, like they're holding the stem of the leaf like it's a go-kart pole or something. Luge is what I'm thinking. We have, I think they're called luge over in Rotorua. Like these little, I don't know what else to call them. I'm sure they're called the luge. Yeah. These sort of carts is kind of what I'm imagining. But obviously like just one center pole. But that's kind of how I'm imagining Peel is riding this leaf. Like it's one of these carts. So that's kind of what I'm thinking for Peel. Because again, Peel is the younger of the two, so he's, you know, may not have the balance to ride it properly. However, Papaya definitely has the balance. And so Papaya is going to be surfing. So I'm going to have to look up actual photos of people surfing because I have no idea how surfing poses are. I mean, I know the obvious, like, that, but... So that will be where Papaya is. And then I kind of want to create, like, a finish line of some sort. So maybe, as well as the ducky umpire, we have a couple of critters holding something over here. So there's like a finish line rope. I mean, we could have little ducklings with the duckies. Yeah, so there is definitely room for, I've left room at the start for a little, like, explanation of the story, but I was thinking as well that doing a summary page that actually says what each one title is. I, as a colorist, really appreciate when a book pre-titles every page for you. Or each page again, this is talking long term if we actually got the book published. I'm not somebody, like, I don't know if I would ever go publishing route, but I'm also not somebody that really has a lot of funds to publish a book. So I would possibly have to do the Amazon KDP. Even though it's not great paper, but also, you know, I mean, RJ Hampson does it that way. But if I did that, obviously it would be single-sided the whole way. But you've still got the opposite side, so I could put text on that side too. Like, there's lots of options in terms of, but definitely would want to put like little stories in to explain. But yeah, there is a papaya, peel, and shadow introduction page as well. Alright. Getting my hair up. It's already annoying me. There we go. Yeah, so we could do like little ducklings, one there and one for a different animal on this side, but they could be holding like a vine across the water, so it gives them like a little rope. So that gives like a finish line, so or squirrels. I would have to look up a squirrel because we don't actually have squirrels in New Zealand. Squirrels are cute though. It doesn't, I mean, this garden glen is not necessarily in New Zealand. Like, yeah, I mean, the animals are going to be big anyway, so. Oh yeah, because they got their little paws, like they hold little things. So yeah, we could technically absolutely do that. Holds the little and holds the tail up there. Yeah, I like that. We'll give him a cap too. I don't know why, but the squirrel just needs a cap. I'm just going to write squirrel there so I know. So I know that's what I'm actually refining there. Oh, ears. So I know that's shadow. I have the little notions of how I tell them apart. Papaya gets a square body, peel gets a round body. That's how I sketched them to tell them apart, which is the scribbles. Again, it looks like scribbles, but it's code to me. So yeah, and then we could do like some big flowers. I was also thinking of like the leaf up here. If I wanted to, there could be animals watching. We've got rocks. We could technically have like a mermaid watching up here or something. Like there's lots of rooms that people could be watching the race. And I was going to do like a big rock up here, which means that can sort of pull around there. And so I could technically put one of the mermaids up here to be watching if we want to have a mermaid watching. And then in the back here we'll just do like a bunch of trees to do that, and then it's just putting like lots of little grassy areas and little flowers and just filling up along the edge of the river. Just deciding if there's any other animals that we wanna feature. Hi Amy, hello, welcome in. Could do the ducklings watching too if you want to add them. A little row of them would be so cute. Yeah. I'm trying to think. Yeah, because we do have like a good little section here. So could add in. I also have to remember not to keep things too small because this is going to be half size as well. Is that a squirrel with a fishing rod? No. It is a squirrel, which, yay, my random scribble looks like a squirrel. But they're holding a vine, so it's like the finish line for the race. And they can have their little duck feet in the water. You know, like they're chatting away. This one can be like, yay, go. And then these two can be chatting away and gossiping about the race. And this one can just be looking at its own reflection because that's funny. And they can all have their little feetsies in the water. Yeah. Little duckies in a row. Little duckies. You're good, Laura. It's all good. It's lots of me just figuring out. So yeah, we've got big duck with the flag and a little ducky here holding the vine, which the squirrel is holding on the other side. Shadow, peel, papaya, mermaid, just maybe chilling up here. Not sure. We can do a little fishy poking its head out maybe of the water. Actually, no, that would be too dangerous for the fishy to be poking out there. So we could do maybe a little fishy poking out here. Now that they've raced past, they can be looking at them now that they've raced past. And that fills up that little corner. And then again we can do more big like plants and some flowers and stuff like that, because of course like this leaf up here, they're standing on entire leaves, so that should give you some sense of perspective too. There's those random sort of, I think they're called cat's tails, where you have like those sort of like reeds. So we can do some like cat's tails to sort of fill things up. This is going to be adorable. Thanks, Amy. I hope so. Yeah. Again, there's going to be a lot of me putting my pencil down and just stretching my hands today, so... Hello, Monica. Welcome in. We could. No, it wouldn't be noticeable back there. But if we have a big flower here, which I'm going to have to look up. Big flower here. Then there can be a butterfly, or is it fae? Is it maybe a fairy that's come and visited us from Rainbow Cloudland? So a little butterfly can be. Yeah. Yeah, they don't have to be real plants, no. I just think they're quite a good way to fill up the little area around here, because I can also put like some behind the duck here, and just a good way to add some height and fill in some area, because we've got these bigger empty areas. But again, some of these we can, you know, it can be like there's a few flowers around here and a few leaves that poke out, and again, a lot of this is just going to be fill in now. Again, it will depend on style. So we have bit of a fill-in, bit of leaves, bit of that. We got our little mermaid up here who has been watching since the start. That's where it comes down, so that's all waterfall. And then we've got our rocks here for the waterfall. Rocks fall, everyone dies. That's an RPG reference. We'll do another big leaf here because they have to get the boats from somewhere, right? So there's got to be some big leaves around so they can get boats. In fact, we can put a little sign here in front of these leaves. Remember, everything's going to be shrunk down, Amy, so make it bigger than you think. Boats for hire. Yeah. Right, who is hiring out the boats? Who would be hacking off the plants and turning them into boats for people? Who's our merchant? How about a caterpillar? Because caterpillars also create holes in leaves, and I think that's hilarious. We do specifically have a frog page. There is a frog teacher / childcare worker. I've been told we need a frogs reading page. So there's going to be a page where there is a frog school, or rather there's a teacher that is a big frog that's going to be reading, and that will include some frogs. So I do have a frog page. The animals that I have come up with the story with the nibblings. So spider, I'm not excited about the spider page, but one nibbling very specifically said there were spiders. So these spiders that are doing washing and they hang clothes. Frogs, the frog is a teacher. There's a teacher frog. Then the leaf riding. There's quite a few different birds, and there is a bird. There's going to be a bird scene because you can ride the birds. Like there's the bird taxi service. There's also a snail taxi service. There is some mice that also make pretty dresses. Is there any others that we talked about that I've written down? Not that I've written down. There's possibly some other ones as well. But yeah, I haven't done a caterpillar, but that could be quite cool because that would fill in quite nicely around here. Like a little caterpillar. I just like the irony that caterpillars like normally eat holes in leaves, and instead this one's turning them into boats, and if there was a hole in the leaf it wouldn't be a very good boat. I don't know, that irony is kind of making funniness in my head and I like it. I do love a good frog page. Yeah, no, there's a few that when we've been making up the story with the nibblings, so like we definitely need this one. Caterpillar has gone rogue. I know, it's tickling my brain in the right way, which is usually the way things do it. Like, if I'm coming up with something when we're talking and making up this place. So yeah, for anyone that has joined or missed some of the explanation before, this is a secret garden glen. Hello, Colouring Bumblebee. Also, Yvonne, did I say hello? I cannot even remember. I apologise. So what we are working on today is a page from a colouring book that I've been designing for a while, and it is based on a story that I came up with my nibblings with, which is posed from a question of what happens when Shadow goes into the garden. And so we created a secret world, which for now I'm just calling the Secret Garden Glen. And in this colouring book / story, the kids follow Shadow into the garden glen. So right now, Lisbeth, hello. We are drawing out one of the pages. So here the kids are riding leaves down a water slide. And so we're just designing out. We've got a duck who's holding like a flag, and a little duckling and a squirrel that are holding a vine, so like a finish line. Shadow, Papaya, and Peel are racing leaves. We've got a row of ducklings here that are watching. We're going to have a couple little fishies. And then we've got a sign up here that says boats for hire. And we've got a little caterpillar, possibly, that is our seller. How about a business-minded ladybird with a monocle? I do like that idea. I'm also keeping in mind that this is right at the back. And remember, we're drawing double size. So whatever I draw here is going to go very small. So a ladybird, which while still bigger, because the animals are bigger here, is still going to go quite tiny. But a ladybird could be noted for a future page, because I'll just add that to the bottom. And then, yeah, so the idea is that we start off with the two kids, Papaya and Peel, playing with Shadow in the real world. They follow Shadow into the garden. They go through a magic portal and they reach the garden glen. And then they spend the day exploring the garden glen, doing all sorts of crazy things. And then they'll come back home, and then at the end, there's going to be a big picture of Shadow, Papaya, and Peel all asleep of the day. And there's going to be a bunch of plushies, which will feature certain animals and creatures from the story. So it's like, is this just kids' imaginations, or is this a real thing as well? So that's why I'm also trying to keep track of the animals and try and choose a variety of animals, because at the end I need to draw a bunch of plushies, because did they go on this adventure, or did they just make it up in their heads, you know, because they're kids. So yeah, having lots of animals means that I can do lots of plushies at the end and lots of little toys and stuff like that. So yeah, so that's why we're also trying to make a point of using lots of different animals. When I kind of I had this idea. I'd had a really, really bad day. I'd made up the story with the kids that day because, you know, kids come to me. What happens? Make up a story. DM. DM for tabletop roleplay is what you do. And then, yeah, I went to bed that night. I was like, I kind of feel sad. And then I was like, oh, that's a cute story. What if I turned it into a colouring book? And then I just sat there sketching stuff out all night and writing stuff out. And I ended up messaging Ruby the next day and be like, yeah, I was awake at 3 a.m. all night because I was writing out this story for this colouring book. Yeah. Okay. I think we've got enough sketched out that, like, it placed, if that makes sense, that it should work. So now what we will do is we're going to lighten all our lines. And we'll start cleaning up. Ah! Yeah, this isn't the good eraser. I might have to go and just get the good eraser for a second, y'all. I've left that in the other room. I'm just going to get the good eraser, lighten all the lines, and then we'll start, like, doing more detailed sketching, basically. So, I'm just going to turn off my face cam while I stand up. Oh! Oh, bones. Oh, bones. Bye. Yes, please. Yeah. Okay. I'm just heading out for the day. Alright, we're back. Hello. Alright, good eraser. Much better. Whoa, also has some blue on there. That's fine. Blue doesn't pick up on the scan anyway, so I don't mind. That's why, if we need to, I also have some coloured pencils. Doesn't matter anyway, because as I said, this is just a sketch page, and then when it comes time to do the ink lines, we'll be actually using a light box and tracing. So we can get as messy as we like on this page. I'm really excited with the boats for hire. Because there's also a page where, as they're making their way to the glen, there's going to be a page which is just a close-up of feet, like three sets of feet in a row, like Shadow, Papaya, Peel. But there'll be like a little sign under one of the leaves, and it'll be a snail, and it's bus stop or taxi service. Haven't decided if it's a bus or a taxi. But it's a little hint that they're heading to a magic world without being in the magic world quite yet. So that kind of just also ties back to even the bus stop or the snail taxi service. I think I initially sketched it as a taxi service, but it could be a bus stop. But yeah, that's one of the little, they're heading somewhere sneak peeks as we transition from the real world to the magical world. Again, I've got like a whole plan. So if I can actually get off my butt and actually do this all and actually sketch it out and actually ink it up, then actually figure out how to publish a coloring book. This could be a legit coloring book, but that's like months and months. We're not going to quite commit to that because it's already bad enough just trying to push my wrist to do the one. Okay, so logically we should start at the back and work our way forward because yeah, now I haven't actually technically designed any of the merms, but there are 3 definite merms that live in the lake so far that we know of. So maybe I'll just do Bubbles, because Bubbles is me. When we go to the polls, we play the merms. So I will do Bubbles, because then I can just do my own design. Because I am Bubbles. For anyone wondering, there is Bubbles, there's Pearls, and there is Shelly. And the merms live in the bottom of the lake and they dive for pearls and gems and shiny rocks and special treasures, and then they turn those into potions. Right. And also you snack on seaweed. This is how we spent 4 hours at the pools yesterday. And also why I be a bit sore. Alright, so we got weird foreshortening here. If they're hugging a rock, which is always fun. I love it when you've got to deal with weird foreshortening and things are like, you should be so much longer, but then the forced perspective means no, that's actually correct. But you're like, this should be so much longer. Alright, I'll bring you guys in a bit now because we're dealing with more specific areas. So, I'm doing more like actual detailed areas now. And again, let me know if the lines are too light because we are battling with extreme black, extreme white. So, that's why I turned all the extremes off on the camera. Perspective is so confusing, it really is. Alright, we're just going to do circle hands for now until I know I've got everything sketched out right there. Bubbles is going to have 2 buns because they look like bubbles. Because sometimes you don't need to be creative there. So that's Bubbles' shape, which gives us rocks. Now, fun fact for drawing rocks, this is one of my favourite ways to draw rocks. Use my non-dominant hand, and then suddenly, oh look, rocky edges. And then, so this is where the water edge comes along. And I'll just do the little cross of, hey, there's a face here. This one, of course, is going to be real tiny because remember, I'm drawing double size and we're making it half size. So this mermaid at the back is very, very tiny. All right, body would go down, that would come there, and then we'd have a tail coming out here. There's our little mermaid sunbathing in the background while the race is going on. That tail might be a little too big, but that's okay. Again, we may clean things up after we get things a bit more sketched in. Still got to come back and do her face. Oh, there's our Little Mermaid. Not the Little Mermaid. So the rocks do carry on behind, but we also have an actual falling water here. So I did change the angle of the waterfall and make it more like a gradual. So it comes down, and I'm not going to do any rocks in there. It's just going to be so, and then so there's a rock there, but we also have, like, it would be splashing out a bit here, because that's where the water's still racing down, and that carries on to here where it would be splashing everywhere because it's hit that bottom. So it's like all your white foamy messy. It's interesting to see how you approach this. I don't know how else to approach it, but I'm glad you find it interesting. I was very worried that today would be a very boring stream because I'm just sketching. Because there's no pretty rainbow colours today. There's no glitter today, y'all. So yeah, once this is complete, part of my reward for my 2 challenges for the £500 and £1,000 raised during stream is that we are going to be releasing these for free on my Ko-fi. So both these pages will go up for free once we've done them. So yeah. And my goal today is to design the pages. I may do the inking off camera because I imagine this is going to take a while. And then if I've still got to ink it, it could also be, you know, a while. So I may end up doing inking off camera because it's the story and it's the design that I think is probably going to be the interesting part. I don't like that rock texture. We're going to redo that, but that's okay, because this page can be messy. As I said, this isn't the final. So once we've got good lines in place, then I will be grabbing my light box and tracing, and that's how we'll make our final. These look like sharp rocks, and not kind of the rocks you want to climb up. I think that's a bit better. And then nice and smooth there for the water, but then there'll be little splashes everywhere, which again will be absolutely tiny when shrunk down, but that's okay. The inking is the most satisfying part, but it's the worst part. We'll see how my hands go. Also, hi Smoke. We'll see how we get there. We'll see. Again, we've got this weekend and we've got next weekend in terms of availability to stream and to get this sorted. If by the end of next weekend I'm at a point where the pages are drawn, designed, but I've just got the inking left to do, I will do that off stream to get them released by the end of the month. I've always wanted to be able to draw. This is so fascinating. I mean, anyone can draw. Anyone can draw. And it's legit just practice. Legit just a lot of practice. Yeah, self-care chicken. Thank you. Again, there will be a lot of self-caring today because I can already feel the hands. So we're going to just take a couple minutes here, and I have multiple tubes of deep heat around, and so we will be also applying a bunch of this. You're resigning from a crappy job tomorrow? Yes. Go, Cassie, go. Go, Cassie, go. That is so exciting. Last week of it? Yes. I'm so excited for you. The crunch has already begun. Hopefully the mic won't pick up too many of me cracking and crunching as I do this. That's my hope. More menthol on top of the menthol. There's also some other stuff in there too. Ooh, I really should have painted my nails. I'm kind of mad at myself that I forgot to paint my nails. Because I have my good long nails at the moment too. Like, I've managed to stop biting them and they're actually like long. Like, I almost need to trim them long. That's like, I should have painted them. Okay. So we're still got to come back and finish off the mermaid there. Which is fine. So one thing I was also debating is, like, when it comes to inking, like, do I add in, like, little texture lines or shadow lines or anything like that? And I've decided I'm not going to, because I myself am somebody that when somebody puts in shadow lines, I often change how they've shaded is not how I shade a page. So decided, okay, no, I'm not going to add in the shadow lines. So we're just going to have like outlines. So hopefully things will read all right. Yeah, so exciting. So exciting that you've got a new job lined up. Okay, so that gives us our little waterfall area, and then this is like where it starts pooling before it forms into our pathway. Enjoy your lurk, Laura. So I'll go around later to add in like little edge pieces like that. But that's where we'll have like some little grasses and stuff like that. Sort of part of our edge. And then it's almost got like another little drop here. May just change it straight river, we'll see. The new job is 99.999% happening, so I'm not too worried. But if for some reason university says no, then that's okay. Mental health is more important. Agree, Cassie. I'm so proud of you doing that for your mental health, because sometimes you've just gotta. Colour Mama, hello. It's looking great so far. Thank you. We've been rough sketch, placing out all our stuff, and now we're starting to clean up our lines. So over here, now the first thing I need to do is I need to actually look up a caterpillar. Caterpillar. I want. Ooh. Dude, you're wild looking. I'm not going to use this as a reference, but look at that caterpillar. That's so cool. It's just like, that is the most trippiest of caterpillars, and I love it. It is Limacodidae. I'm probably not pronouncing that right, but that is a very cool caterpillar. What paper are we working on? We are working on just some very cheap paper. It's just Unity. It's 160 GSM. Say free. Not specialty paper at all. It's just a big pad of paper. Just plain smooth white paper. Pencil, not even a fancy pencil. I mean, okay, yeah, it is a fancy pencil. It's a Caran d'Ache. This is technically a water-soluble pencil. I did not realize that. This was just a pencil I grabbed. Yeah, but the idea is this paper's cheap enough that I feel comfortable drawing on it and sketching on it, and then once the sketch is done, we'll take another piece, put it on top, put it on my light box, and that's what I'll do for the inking lines to get the nice clean lines. And I'm working A3 so that when I scan it in, to account for the fact that my hands can be a little shaky with the lines, I can shrink it down and that will hide some of the cleanup lines. I'm probably still going to have to do some digital cleanup, which I am prepared for. But yeah, we're gonna try our best to keep it as clean as possible on here. But I do want to still draw and ink all this traditionally, because digitally inking hurts my hands a lot. So I do have a very old Wacom tablet, and yeah, and so the page we're working on is obviously when they're into the Garden Glen, into the magical garden land, and racing leaves with all the friends. So yeah, the working title is Shadow and the Secrets of the Garden Glen. I don't know if I'll keep that, but that's kind of what I've been calling it in my head for quite a few months now. Alright, so I'm just going to do that. I want your eyes kind of there. I also need to make sure I'm not drawing at a weird angle, because things will happen. And then you'll have like chunky bodies, which is awesome. So if we kind of follow the pathway, and then this body can kind of carry on around here. So I'll sketch it in, even though a lot of this will erase when we clean up these lines and stuff. And then we got like the little legs. Little legs. Little legs. So cute. Are you planning on doing a character profile page? I am indeed. So this is make sure we're starting at the right place. We are. So there is quite a bit of a overview for all of them. So it does follow a story where they are in real life playing. Papaya and Peel are the two kids, and then there's Shadow, the cat. And then they follow Shadow out of the house, over the fence, and into the garden. And then as a part of going into the garden, they discover the Garden Glen. So there is this page, which is actually something I have pre-sketched out, where we have Shadow and we have Papaya and Peel, and there'll be room to actually draw, like write a little bit about them. And there'll be like a few pages where they're playing in real life. Sorry, the lines are really light on that one. And like that's just like lots of little kitty bits. So there are some pages like that that I'd already sketched out. And so they will have like a few pages in real life, and then we go to the magical world. I may also end up drawing an official map of this world. We'll see. We'll see if I do concrete it down. I have also, before I zoom in, because this story came about because basically my nibblings asked me, what does Shadow do when he goes over the fence? What happens when Shadow goes into the bush? So that's where the Garden Glen came about. So this is one of my nibblings drawings of the Garden Glen. It's my nibblings colouring page. So you can see there, that's the bush that they've walked through to come out of. This is the way to Rainbow Cloudland. I believe that's a giant bear that guards the way to Rainbow Cloudland. I'll have to triple check on that one. I can't quite remember that one. But that's Papaya and Peel in Rainbow Cloudland. That's the octopus in the Mermaid Lake. I can't remember what this is. I think it's just a pile of, it could just be a pile of rocks. I cannot remember. I'll have to double check. I should have written down the explanation. But yeah, I remember specifically the octopus in the Mermaid Lake because I then had to add an octopus to the Mermaid Lake. So yeah, there's not only the Garden Glen, but then there's also Rainbow Cloudland. So there's like a whole thing up there too. Okay, cool. I think that. Alright. So, then, what do I need to draw first? The sign. Amy's nibbling said Rainbow Cloudland. Amy said say no more. Yeah, well the fairies had to come from somewhere. But yeah, there were a couple of things that the nibblings were very insistent on when we were making up the story, because again, it's very much a DM tabletop roleplay thing. I was posed a question, I made up a story. And so then they were contributing to the story because, you know, again, Dungeon Master, that's what we do. So yeah, Rainbow Cloudland was a very specific thing from one of the nibblings. So yeah, there's all sorts up there in Rainbow Cloudland. There's, as I said, there's an octopus in the Mermaid Lake. There's also, specifically, I have to include spiders from one nibbling, which I'm not excited about. I don't mind spiders, I don't like the idea of drawing spiders, because that's a lot of legs. But it makes sense that after, like, racing down a water slide, their clothes are going to get wet. So it makes sense that they go and see the spiders to hang up their clothes to dry. So, you know, I can work it in logically to the story of the colouring book, because I do kind of want to do the pictures in order, like you're spending the day with them exploring this land. So, you know, they've got in here, they've raced down, they've gotten wet, so now they need to hang their clothes up to dry. So they'll go and see the spiders and they'll hang them up, and then they'll go and see the mice, and because there's some mice that make pretty dresses, so they'll go and play dress up. Yeah. The page before this or the page after this could also be when they go and visit the merms, because Papaya is going to go swimming with the merms. So, you know, there's one where they climb the trees, and they walk up the vines of the trees, because there's a snack shop in one of the trees that the birds have. So like in like a hole in the tree, there's a shop set up by one of the birds where they sell snacks. So they're going to go climb the trees, and then they'll go for a ride on the birds. So there'll be a cloud one. So there might be little hints of Rainbow Cloudland, but that will be where we'll put Rainbow Cloudland if we do Rainbow Cloudland. Like, again, the amount of pages that I could do for the story is ridiculous. So, in theory, there could be a few books of this, but yeah, and that's not including the portal under the deck, because the front deck, it was then posed to me, well, what happens when Shadow goes over to the front deck? And I'm like, well, that's when Shadow goes to space. So the portal under the front deck is where Shadow goes to space. But yeah, I'm really excited for at the end, because of course, so you'll spend the day with them in the Garden Glen, doing all these things, exploring all these things, and then we'll do a page where they're walking back home, and then, you know, climbing back over the fence, and then curling up in the lounge, fast asleep after a big day of exploring. And there's going to be plushies and toys all around them, because, you know, if you know kids, when they play, toys go everywhere. So there's going to be a picture of them asleep on the ground, with Shadow also asleep in the middle of a pile of toys. And in the toys is also going to be a bunch of plushies and creatures from the adventure. So it's going to be that whole, did this really happen, or was this kid's imagination thing as well. So whatever animals we include, we also will be having plushy ones at the end, which, I know, that little nod just makes me happy as well. Alright, boats for hire. And then we do our biglies, aka our boats. Stay tuned for the sequel. It's giving me Mary Poppins, but Shadow is Mary Poppins. They return home and he looks at the adults like, I have no idea what these kids are on about. Yeah, a little bit like that, eh? Not intentionally, but yeah, I can see what you mean by that. Yeah. Again, it's something that I've kind of been picturing in my head and thinking about for a while, so I'm really excited to get onto it and actually have like a you need to sit down and do the page situation. I'll bring you back in again. We'll do the caterpillar's head. Oh, that's right. I was going to look up like a boating hat to see if our caterpillar wears a hat. Because, of course, the animals here are slightly humanized, so some of them do wear, like, little bits of clothes or little bits and pieces. So I was going to see if there's, like, a boating hat. Just make that a nice chunky base. It would kind of cover up where those stems would be, and then I don't have to worry about it. Ha 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 ha. Right, I haven't been boating before, but is there such a thing as a boating hat? Because I feel like there's such a thing as a boating hat. Yeah, there is a boating hat. It's like just like a straw hat or these sort of hats. It's basically giving bucket hat or straw hat. We could do a boating hat. Nothing like adding on last minute. It's not really last minute. Got plenty of time, but you know. Little boating hat. Now we've got that in place, we can clean up our caterpillar legs. Honestly, it snapped so suddenly with the weather. Yesterday it was so hot, and then today it's wind, and there's like these massive storm warnings all over the country. There's meant to be a massive storm front moving in. Absolutely wild. You know how the little napkin hats that they make at restaurants? That would be cute too. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I just realised he's technically in the river now, which is fine. Alright, clean up your face. Want these bits to match the angle of the eye, so it's like the eyes are causing that round. Come here. Don't look cross-eyed. Don't look cross-eyed. Oh. Might be a little big in the head in proportion to your body, but also meh. Sorry, gotta just look at it straight on, because of course I'm drawing directly on the desk, so I tend to draw with a slight angle. Funny, I had a break from the rain today, but it was freezing. Oof. Yeah, it's been really hot. It's been humid here. That's the main thing. It's been humid. And I don't do good with humidity. I don't like humidity. Humidity's not my friend, so it was nice to not have to worry about humidity for a while. Alright, I just had a thought, because he's technically a little bit over the water, and yes, I could technically merge the river over, but that's boring. So what if we did a little jetty? Like, nah, don't like that. It doesn't read as jetty. Back up. We do a rock. He's on a rock. And then there's grass coming out behind of this rock. That'll work. Carries on across there. It's raining here and I'm so glad it's not hot. Yeah, the heat is definitely not it. I'm gonna have to work on my handwriting. Or maybe it is just like a hand-drawn sign. I can also, because obviously once I've inked it, I'll scan it. I'll take it to the computer. I will clean up a little bit of the line art, and I can also swap out the text for like a text then, if I feel like it needs like a proper text, if my handwriting text is awful. No, I didn't do any colouring yesterday, Cassie. I went to the pools, came back home, passed out. That was my day. I was tired. Yeah, we went. It ended up being. I picked up the kid at 9, so we got to the pools just before 9:30. So we were in the water basically at 9:30, and then at 1:30 we got out. Like, we were done. We did get out earlier so that I could take some pain meds, and we had some snacks and stuff. But yeah, by 1:30 we were done, and then I took them to the bakery for some hot chips afterwards. And then, yeah, got them home. After we very gently woke them up from the car because they fell asleep in the car, and then got them home. And then I got home. So by the time I got home, it was like close to 3 o'clock. And yeah, then I was pretty tired. So I helped my mum sort out the freezer that we've gotten to get it off its base, get it so it's in place and resting, because it has to rest before we turn it on. So we'll be powering that on today. And then, yeah, basically I just went to lay down in bed and took like a nap for an hour, got up, made dinner, and then went back to bed because I was like done. There really is nothing like some hot chips after a swim. There really isn't, eh? It was really good. I tried not to be eating them, but yeah, after swim I was like, yeah, we're gonna get some hot chips. There's just something about hot chips after a big swim. And also because you get like, I think because it's a hot food as well. Yeah. It was good. Good morning. When I wander, I find. Welcome in. We maybe want another leaf back there and another leaf. Maybe. We might do some more leaves. Feel like we could fill up the space with a few more leaves. He's got a few boats for hire, right? You wouldn't just have 3 more boats. I mean, obviously a couple of the boats had been taken because of the water slide race. But also you want to give the customers choices in their boat hire. And some of them might still be growing in as well, so we'll add in a couple more leaves of our boat hire. And then that gives us area for the grasses. And then back here would be some trees. And of course the trees are giant. So don't really want to do too much with the tree trunks, so because when the frog school was in a tree trunk, so we might just fill up the space with some more leaves. And we'll just make it that there's a bunch of grass back here. And then there's a bunch of trees in the distance. There's just a bunch of grass. And then in the distance there's some trees. And then that will be our trees back there, which I don't think you can see because I've kind of cut it off, and also it's very light again. The boat hire is such a funny idea. I love it. Yeah, I'm so glad we did do that. That wasn't on the original plan, but it was just a sort of brainwave of, oh, boat's fire. Mindy, welcome in. Okay. So that's where we're at. You are looking at it at a slight angle, because I did have to angle the webcam in order to actually try and get some form of this page on the screen, so not too bad. Not too bad. I do have a tendency to sort of draw it at an angle, so just got to go back and do the Moom's face and her hands and a bit more details on the Moom, and then sort of like that top part is sketched out. Yeah. Ooh, but we're going to take a minute and do some hand exercises, because as I said, today is going to be a lot of me resting my hands. We might even have a snack break. Because snacks! What's your caterpillar's name? I don't have a name for the caterpillar yet. I can send a photo to my nibblings and see if they want to give it a name, or if chat wants to give it a name. See if the nibblings are awake. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, so the compression glove helps a little bit and helps stop a little bit of the swelling, but yeah, we are starting to swell up a little bit already, which is part and parcel. Again, I do feel it when I do a lot of drawing, but I am enjoying it. Like, I do enjoy it still. It's just, it's not as smooth as it used to be. It's not as, I can't just draw like I used to, but I also feel it in my joints a lot more when I draw, so that's okay though. We can still draw, and that in itself is a wonderful blessing. There was a time there where, before I got my diagnosis and everything was going wrong, I genuinely thought I might never be able to hold a pencil again. So, we're good. Alright, so we've got our waterfall in the back. We've got our Little Mermaid watching here. We've got our boats for hire with our caterpillar salesperson. And so the river then carries on. At this corner, we're going to have a couple of fish poking out of the water, having watched the race go overhead. And then we need to fill up this area with some plants and stuff. And then as we carry on, this is where Papaya is. So we have two characters. We have Papaya, who is, these are inspired by two of my nibblings. It is not my direct nibblings, but is inspired by. So Papaya is inspired by a nibbling. This is a 4 to 6 year old child, female presenting. And then we have Peel, which is a 2 to 4. I'm giving ranges because I'm not giving the nibblings actually ranges, but a 2 to 4 year old boy. So Papaya and Peel, the siblings. And then we have Shadow here at the front, on the front leaf. Papaya will be surfing, Peel will be riding it like it's a go-kart, and then Shadow will be standing on all fours with the arch back going, ah, because water. Yes, shoulder stretch is a good cool smolt. And yeah, at some point I'll do a snack / breakfast run. I have to go and eat some bread at some point, because if you are not aware, I'm also having to gluten myself every day for 2 weeks so I can go and get a gluten test, which is a big reason why I went swimming yesterday, because I already feel it in my joints, because I don't actually eat gluten. It's something that I don't like purposely avoid it, but I do kind of avoid gluten. I don't eat a lot of gluten, so I'm feeling it eating a lot of gluten at the moment because it hurts my joints, but it's okay. At the same time, I get to eat a lot of cheese toasties at the moment, and that's also awesome because cheese toasties are good. And I also have spicy noodles, so that will be breakfast / lunch at some point. But I'm actually just going to take this off. I'm just going to give this a second. What is everyone else up to? Has anyone sent any art tags? Because this will be a good opportunity to actually look at some of that. I just need to give my hand just a bit more of a rest, sorry. It's the part and parcel of doing this. You'll be working in the cozy journal today? Yeah, so cute. We ended up doing a page in this one on Friday because Shadow overtook my other book and I couldn't work on what I was working on. So we did this little one. I was thinking about doing some more, but again, yesterday was just flop in bed. Vi! Hello, hello. I'm here for a bit, going to a friend's house and planning to help clean house, round up the minions. Yeah. I appreciate you popping in, even if it's just for a little bit. You just woke up from a nap? Also valid. Naps are good. Honestly, a nap after a swim? Oh, such a good nap. This is a really bad hair tie for this. I should get my actual hair ties, which I have no idea where they are. I needed a quick, easy win for the day, so I've just done a page and 50 Safari minis. That's valid. Nothing wrong with a quick one. You also just woke up for the day? I have to keep dipping in and out. Our grandchildren arrived earlier. They're asleep now. I'm cleaning and prepping for tomorrow. Also good, Jeanette. Do what you need to do. I'm getting hungry though, so might find some breakfast. Valid. We like some good brekkie. Oh, that's cute. That's a cute page. This is what Colouring Bumblebee is working on. Oh, apologies. I might just need to resize my window a little bit. There we go. Very, very cute. Such lovely bright pinks too. Good for a good easy win too, like you say. I love Camellia Andrakova in that sense. It's good for just cute little ones. Thank you for sharing. Men's Olympics figure skating was yesterday and I'm still digesting the results. Should also get some foods. That's day 51 of your colouring streak. Heck yeah. Honestly. Doing well. Sent your art text. All good. I'll just pop open Discord because I'm presuming you've sent it that way. Just checking all the other ones. Cool. Should really. I think I even forgot to make a stream notification for this for Discord. Whoops, I was going to do that after last stream and then I did not. Things that why did you go so small? I didn't say you could go small. Yeah, there we go. Rude. This is what Cassie's been working on, which is also very cute. This is from the Colouring Journal. A Cozy Journal by Jade Summer. Yeah, Jade Summer. So coloured in and then ready for prompt writing, which is quite neat. I love the colours too. So many bright, vibrant pinks. I can't decide on a colour for the rug. I would be tempted to use a yellow. Like, I know you've got a little bit of yellow for the hair, but if you have yellow here too, and you bring that up, then it keeps your eye going right across because you've got yellow all the way. Lizbeth suggests purple. Purple would also be pretty, but does introduce a new colour. But purple would also work and look very pretty. Yeah, I was kind of thinking a natural colour. So you could take the yellow, but you could take like a more beigey neutral yellow. As long as it's in the same sort of family. I wanted to add purple as well, but I wasn't sure. Purple would also be pretty. I think you can go wrong, to be honest. You could also do like a lighter brown if you want to go in the natural fam, because you got the... I thought the case was purple. Oh, the vase. It could be looking purple on your screen. I think it's more of a blue by the look of it. Yeah. Vase. To me it looks blue, but that's also depending on colour monitors and stuff like that too. It is blue? Okay. Yeah. A lot of options. Lot of options. A lighter pink, yep. All the choices. I don't think you can go wrong, to be honest. Alright, we have this one from When I Wander I Find. Okay, Deborah. And it is gorgeous. Little micey in the cup. So cute. Be right back. All good, Cassie. That is so cute. Again, a very harmonious colour palette too, so... I love the little cup bath idea. It's very cute. Ugh, so many cute pages today. Thank you for sharing, Deborah. That is gorgeous. Gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous. You used a colour palette for this one. It's awesome. Sometimes they're very handy like that. Okay, we have procrastinated enough. Not actually procrastinating. A little bit, but yeah. Had a good stretch. Had a good hand rest. I'll bring you back in. And we will carry round the bend. So I'm drawing a couple of rocks here. So I still got to come back and add in like the little grasses. Oh, a little bit off frame. The little grasses and like some little edge pieces around here. So that will come around the bend. Around the bend we go. And then this is where we have some fishies that are poking their heads up out of the water. So going to draw a bit more of the fishy than we actually would see. Because I'm kind of imagining the water's up there. That we draw more, because we can always erase. Has anyone else tried the Staedtler pigment brush pen? Someone brought them for me randomly, so I'm about to try them out. I have not, but hopefully someone in chat has. Poor fishy looks a little panicked. Which, I mean, if a creature came along and skidded past your house, maybe he would be a little panicked. Right, do we do a fringe? Woof. The wind's picking up. We do have some wind warnings in place today, so... yeah. We'll do a friend. So we got this one here who's like, what the heck is going on? And then we'll do a little friend beside. That's like, yay! Like the first one's like, no, that's too fast. And this one's like, yeah, faster, faster. Kim, kia ora, welcome in. And we'll do a little fishy fin. The fishy fin's coming out of the water. So here you go. And then that's where our little splashes are occurring. Because this one's like, yo! Even though the one next to it is like, oh my gosh, they're going way too fast. This one's like, enjoying the speed. I see a stream with fish peeping out. Very cute. Yes, I will give you zoom out in just a second. But we are indeed working on a page from the colouring book. The promised charity stream challenge. I think that'll work for there. So what we have so far is, as you can see, we've got the page basically sort of designed and roughly sketched out, and now we're going in to do cleaner sketches. And what this is the colouring book follows Papaya and Peel, which are two characters inspired by my Nibblings, but not my Nibblings directly. And they follow Shadow the cat from the real world through the garden to a secret garden glen. And this all came about because my Nibblings asked me one day what happens when Shadow goes into the bush, like into the garden. What does he do down there? So I made up the garden glen. And that's what we're turning into a colouring book. So in this one, we've got Papaya and Peel and Shadow on leaves racing down a river. And so you can see up here, the caterpillar, as you mentioned, who has boats for hires. Okay, the leaves that they're racing. So you can hire the leaves. We've got a little mermaid hiding up here at the bottom of the waterfall. And so the river. So we've just drawn in the two little fishies poking their head out of the water as they come around the bend. So we're about to hit Papaya, who will be surfing. And then we've got some little duckies that are cheering on the sidelines here. Peel, who is riding it almost like a little go-kart. And then Shadow doing that thing, you know, where cats kind of stand on all four legs and arch their back a bit. Doing that. And then down the bottom here we have a duck, so like an umpire, who's going to be waving a flag. And there's a little ducky holding a vine, and a little squirrel on the side holding the vine for like the finish line. So that's the page that we're doing for page 1. But yeah, the concept of it is that the story, it's a colouring book, but it does follow a story. So you follow them through as they are playing in the real world with Shadow, and then they follow Shadow out to the garden. They climb the fence, they follow the pathway, they hit a magic portal. And so the magic portal I actually want to do is one of those pages where you have like the design. So it'll be like bush and leaves, which I'm not exactly excited to draw because leaves. But bush and leaves, and then like a round area here. And then I want to have a second page where it's just like the door, so you can stick it on, so you can actually make like an opening if you want to. So I do also want to do that for a page. And so you'll have like the door that you crawl through, which has to also have a cat flap, because obviously the cat can somehow get through. Also, but it's a magic portal, maybe it just opens. I don't know. We'll figure out semantics later on. But yeah, so there's a portal page, and then you step through to the garden glen. And so the things that are in the garden glen, as dictated by the Nibblings, because this is a Nibblings drawing of the garden glen. Mama Bear, kia ora! So this is the bush where you step through, and then you come through to the garden glen. This is the way to Rainbow Cloudland. This is where the fairies live. I believe that's a giant bear that sleeps and guards Rainbow Cloudland. This is the Mermaid Lake, where an octopus also lives. I cannot remember what this is, so I'm going to have to talk to my Nibbling and be like, what's that? This is Papaya and Peel. I think that's meant to be Shadow down there, and I'm not exactly sure what this is. This might just be something. I don't know. But that's the Nibblings colouring page that they designed to be coloured in. Which is super, super cute. So yeah, the story of it will follow them on a day as they follow Shadow into the garden glen, explore the garden glen, and meet all sorts of wonderful situations and play, and then they'll come back home, and then the final shot will be them asleep, Papaya, Peel, and Shadow asleep on the ground. And yeah, around them will be tons of toys, which will feature a bunch of the animals that have been used along the story as well. So it's like, is this kid's imagination, or did this really happen? You know, I just think that's a really cute way to end it as well. Where did the names Papaya and Peel come from? So I'm obviously not using their actual names. There's a reason I use Nibblings and generic terms on the internet. So yeah, Nibblings. So Papaya is a well-established nickname for one of the Nibblings. We've always called them Nibbling Name Papaya. As a, like, you know, sometimes they call me Amy Wamey or Auntie Amy Wamey. So when they do that, I answer back Nibbling's name Papaya. So that's a well-established one. So I knew straight away we were going to call the character Papaya, because it's just the nickname. And then I was trying to think of, because we have a similar one, but we actually use Philo for the little one. And I was like debating for the other one, Philo, but I kind of wanted them to sync. So I wanted like P and P, if that makes sense. And yes, Philo, but it doesn't sound the same as papaya. And then I was like, it also should be a fruit, but then, and then I was just kind of racking my head, and then I was like, peel, like a lemon peel or an apple peel or orange peel. I don't know, it just kind of stuck. I am not married to keeping those names, and they could change, but in my head, as I've sketched it, I've always called them Papaya and Peel, because I also feel like they kind of go together, Papaya and Peel. Again, I'm not using real names for them, so yeah, it's not settled 100%, but because it's the same thing with the working title. I've been calling it Shadow and the Secrets of the Garden Glen in my head for the long time. But yeah, pomegranate I did think about, but the Nibbling also can't say pomegranate. The Nibbling also likes to say peel. So yeah, I'm not settled on it, but I do like the way papaya and peel works together. So yeah, I love the names, and they sound really nice together. Exactly, it's that combination of the two, because you have papaya and peel, and it's not like it's just following one of them, it's following both of them. So yeah, even though actual papaya has been having a lot more influence in the book, and when we've been making up the stories, has been dictating a lot more of it, Peel has definitely said something. So spiders are all Peel. That's Peel's one big thing, is that there are spiders. And I was like, okay, we'll do some spiders. Yeah, children's imaginations is great. So this whole book started because one day Shadow, when the Nibblings were around, Shadow left from being in the lounge, went out into the backyard, hopped the fence, and disappeared into the bush in our backyard. And the Nibblings posed to me, what does Shadow do when it goes in the garden? And me being a tabletop role player, DM/GM, aka Game Master, very used to making up stories on the fly. So yeah, just immediately started making up stories about what they were doing on the day. You need an author to help make it into a reading book. I mean, I can also write a little story on the side for each page as well. Like, I'm not opposed to doing little stories on the side, and I also have done a lot of writing in the past. So if I was going to do that, I would also, I could see turning it into a kid's book as well. But the idea for now is we'll just make it a little... I mean, this is, we're talking ridiculously long term here. Look how long it's taken me to do this. Will there be a Piggy Wiggy equivalent? Now, yes, there is a Piggy Wiggly equivalent. Piggy Wiggy was a stray cat that we had around the property. Are they cute and fluffy spiders or scary spiders? I'll try and make them as cute as possible. They're there to help them after they've been swimming with the mermaids and racing the water slides, because, their clothes are wet, so the spiders help them hang the clothes to dry. So, and then they'll see the seamstress mouse who gives them costumes to wear. The Piggy Wiggy equivalent. Piggy Wiggy was a stray that is identical to Shadow, basically, but just a small version. He was either abandoned on the property or found his way to the property. We suspect someone abandoned him here, thinking Shadow was Piggy Wiggy's parent, but Shadow has had the snip, so not possible. But they are very, very similar. Or they figured would keep him, because, again, identical. Very identical. But we tried our best to look after him. The SPCA had no room to keep him, so we fed him for a couple of years. Unfortunately, he did get hurt, so there was a whole 2-week saga of us trying to catch Piggy Wiggy. It was a whole thing. I think it happened in the middle of stream. Mum finally managed to catch him, so I had to end stream quickly because I was like, we've got the cat, we've got to get to the SPCA with him. But they have managed to socialise him and heal him and then adopt him out, so he's in a lovely little home now. But there, as we were making up the story of Garden Glen, there was also posed to me, well, what happens when Shadow goes under the deck? What happens when Piggy Wiggy goes under the deck? And I was like, they were like, does that go to the Garden Glen? I was like, no, that one clearly goes to space. So Piggy Wiggy's in space. Will there be wetters? Yeah. I haven't done any wetters. I haven't planned any wetters, and both of the nibblings are not wetter fans, so probably not wetters. Yeah. The only animals that have been specifically told to me is obviously Shadow the cat, Frog, because he's a frog teacher, there's the spider, there's the mouse seamstress, and there's lots and lots of birds and bunnies that they eat berries with, and cakes and all sorts of stuff. So there's a bunny bakery. So yeah, those are the only ones I know for certain, but, you know, again, I can make stuff up. It's a made-up story. So yeah, and I mean, there's also within this land, there's the Mermaid Lake that also has an octopus, and I have specific mermaids in the Mermaid Lake now, and then there's also Rainbow Cloudland, so there's a whole area in Rainbow Cloudland as well. So there's like, again, I can just keep on making up pages for this. This is not like I've got a bunch sketched out of how I would picture the story, but there's a lot of room to add in more pages into this. So this is not, and I'm saying, you know, if I was to turn this into a book, this is not going to be an overnight thing. I mean, we've been here 2 hours and I've drawn that, you know. we ain't drawing fast here, and that's okay. It's not a race. Alright, so we have here papaya. Yeah. I'm only including spiders because the nibbling said specifically spiders. And I'm like, well, they can hang up your clothes because your clothes are wet. So, but yeah, if there was no spiders mentioned, I wouldn't do spiders. I don't mind spiders, I don't want to draw those legs, basically. I have got nothing here on papaya, and I've just got my rough sketch there of papaya, so I guess we're going to be settling papaya's look in a moment. But I need to find a reference of a child standing on a surfboard, so I get my proportions semi-real. That's kind of what I want. I feel like you need to feature yourself as a merm in the book. I am technically, so this character back here is Bubbles, and that is my mermaid. When we go to the pools, we play mermaids, and I am Bubbles. So technically, yes, I'm in the book as Bubbles. But yeah, otherwise I would probably be a bunny. Because I'm a grown-up, so I can't go to the Garden Glen. Kids aren't meant to go to the Garden Glen, but obviously in the story they got through the magic. Alright, so I might be doing a lot of like dirt, because I've just pulled up a bit of a reference to help me with trying to make this look accurate. Bubbles must have blue hair. Yeah, probably. I have not decided. I mean, you know, obviously you'll be colouring it, so you can do whatever. But my swim outfit is purple, so Bubbles is also purple. Just like, well, there's also Shelley and Pearl, and Shelley was one of the nibblings for a while, but now they've decided they're Pearl. And any other nibbling decided that they're a shark. Which, I guess there's also a shark technically in the Mermaid Lake now, although the Mermaid Lake also connects underground to a whole separate area, including the ocean, which, yeah. Again, anything's possible. And at some point I might have to draw like an actual map. I've never drawn like a map, but I might draw a map to sort of... That's way too... I need to stick figure this. 1, 2, 3. And a half. 1, 2, 3 and a half. So that foot will be right down there. So we are going to have to extend the leaf, which is fine. So what I was just using there was just using fingers to kind of use headspace to measure out. Just to kind of, again, sort of stick to sort of proportional. Keeping in mind it is sort of more cartoony, but just break it into shapes. And my head is entirely in the wrong place. I know it probably looks a mess, but again, we're building up. Just making sure it looks alright from standing up, alright. Okay. Gonna have to work on that leaf, but we'll work on that later. Let's get a start done. Holy moly. The trees are going like... Hopefully we don't have a tree fall over and kill the power lines. Right. Yeah. That gives us eyes. I've probably just done it too big. Already have regrets. It's fine. So here comes around and is in messy plaits. One plait's going over that shoulder. And then over that way. Again, we've got really weird perspective here because foreshortening. Perspective is weird. Yeah, the only animal specifically I don't see including in the garden glen, apart from maybe like wetters and ants, because me. The one animal I don't want to include is any more cats, because the glen, Shadow is the only cat there. However, space portal, space cats. So yeah, that's no cats in this one, just Shadow, but space portal, space cats. We had our wild rainy weather on Friday. It's actually cool here on the East Coast. Yeah, we're starting to get that wild rainy weather. We've got a big, big storm front heading its way over the country. Have you always able to naturally draw? Did you take classes or anything? So I've always drawn my entire life. As a child, like from a very young age, I was drawing and colouring, and everyone in my life always went, she's obviously going to be a creative. I have drawings from when I was like 2, 3, 4, all sorts. I did go to a Polytech years ago, like a trade school. I did do like this distance learning class for that, and I did get what was called a diploma in fine arts and creativity. It's no longer even recognized. It's a useless, beyond useless piece of paper, but I kind of really did that course for mental health anyway. So I did go to that class, but honestly a lot of my drawing came through more self-exploration. It wasn't until I was in my late 20s that I kind of clicked what I liked to draw, which was portraiture. And then I used to, for a couple of years there, I worked full-time as a artist, going around to markets selling prints of art that I had done. And I used to draw my own drawings and then make prints of those. And I think I still have some on the computer. So I'll drop a bunch of these in because there were a few different types that I used to do. I should just really open up the whole lot. This is going to possibly kill my computer a little bit. Actually, no, we won't do that. We'll be logical. So one of the things I used to do a lot was I used to like drawing people's portraits, but I recognized that I needed to do more generic stuff. So I had a bunch of animals that I used to sell. So this is like a kiwi, that obviously kiwi. I had a couple of tigers that I sold. So this is all done with pencils. This is what I used to do before I did colouring. So that was, I did a flat alcohol marker colouring to just block in the colours, and then I went in with my pencils, and it's just hundreds of little strokes. And I'm not kidding when I say hundreds of little strokes. But yeah, that was definitely one of my more popular animal prints, white tiger version. So yeah, I used to have a few animal portraits that I used to do, because and I have a TUI somewhere. So this one here, this is, when it loads, sorry, these are very large images, so they take a minute to load. This one here is a tui, so this is a New Zealand bird. So that background is alcohol marker that I dropped isopropyl alcohol onto, technically from pencil butter. And then kowhai flower and pahudakawa flower. And then, yeah, tui bird, so lots and lots of little details. But it's struggling with the zoom-ins. So yeah, I used to, those were sort of my more, I didn't really care too much to do them, but I recognized, you know, I was working full time as this artist, so I needed to have some generic stuff. I also had a couple of fan prints and stuff like that, but they weren't as interesting. And then I used to have a variety of what I used to call illustrative realism, which was just a bunch of portraits, and they were just things that I had drawn from and I liked the look of, and then I would sell prints of those, and that's how I survived a couple of years. So there was like, I'm gonna have to zoom this in. So this one is like watercolor pencils. I want you to go smaller, please. Thank you. So yeah, that one's watercolors, because you can tell by the salt here as well. So watercolors and then pencils. That one was just white pencil and black paper. Very simple. Yeah. It's sold a lot of her, which I'm not surprised, because she's very 2016 coded. So some of them were a little bit more like experimental, and then some of them were, so yeah, I just used to draw things that I was interested in drawing, and then it's like, cool, I'll turn it into a print. And then I also had some custom stuff came in, so this is an old custom that I had, and sometimes I do more simpler stuff and stuff like that. So yeah, that's what I used to do. So portraiture was my thing for a long time, which is why I really like colouring portraiture as well. But trying to draw portraits like that now, I very much struggle with it. And I know logically in my head how it is, but a lot of the sharp, crisper lines that I used to do, I can't quite pull off. So I end up doing a more rounded, cartoony style now, which has been one of the big things that I've had to accept, is that now to draw comfortably, I'm going more cartoonish, which isn't the worst thing in the world. Like, again, it doesn't invalidate my drawing in any way that I'm not drawing how I used to draw. But yeah, I wouldn't call any of that simple. Talent is pursued interest. Anything that you're willing to practice, you can do. Exactly. And there's nothing saying in, you know, a few years' time that maybe I would have found a workaround for my hand and the injuries in my hand. But I definitely feel it now when I draw, that it's crunchy. That's the only way I can describe it, is it's crunchy in there. So things just don't flow. So doing our caterpillar with a little bit more of a cartoony face and just a little bit more on that cartoony side than a more, you know, realistic eyes, makes it just that little bit easier for me now, which, yeah, like, we might do. It's not the end of the world. But yeah, just doesn't flow the same, and I'm aware of that. We do the best we can. Whose portraits do you enjoy colouring the most now? I like Lana Green's, hers are great. I like Mariola Budex. I also like Christine Caron's. I also will put Pencil Butter in there. You may not think of her as a portrait artist, but her pages do primarily deal with people, and yes, it's more anime, but she's got good proportional faces, and so that's why I enjoy colouring them. That's a big thing for me, is I need proportional faces. Like Maria Troyal, okay, not technically a portrait illustrator, but the little people in there, super cute, but hasn't got that realistic proportion, so it doesn't tickle my brain in the same way. So that's a really big thing for me, is while I enjoy realism, so I really enjoy Lana Green, in that sense, Mariola Budick and Christine Karen are slightly more cartoonified, but they're still proportional. Pencil Butter is proportional, and that's what I enjoy, is I can look at it and see, yes, this has got basic anatomy structure, so it tickles my brain in the right way. There's probably some more out there. Ines Guerrera, I think that's how it's pronounced. There's a real beautifulness to their work. I don't often colour. I think I've only coloured like one or two, but yeah. Is it spelled Lana Green? Yes, that is how you spell. There's a few books on Amazon, and then there's also a artist quality one by Lana Green. There's also some freebies out there by Lana Green. Okay, enough procrastination. Alright, so I think technically, especially with the movement, maybe we do the pigtails flying behind. Because, like, they're zipping down there, so maybe the pigtails are flying behind. Although they are slightly wet, but it could be fun, and it would help add to the movement if we do the pigtails flying behind. It's kind of like that option. We might do that. Alright, t-shirt. Alright, so you wouldn't see the little heart logo on the front of the t-shirt. That's okay. And then we have the skirt that goes over. Snibbling has a very distinct dress style. There's nothing like going swimming and then having to help your nibbling dress into a Princess Elsa costume. Be like, this is really a silly choice for after swimming when you're very tired. But okay, Princess Elsa costume it is. I'm sorry, it was a queen outfit. You finished your page? Well done. Well done. Okay, and... that is where your feet are going. So your tights end about there, because we are giving tights under the skirt. I'm so glad I got this book. It's so loving it. Yeah. It's super cute. I am looking forward to getting some more in there. I just, apart from live streams, I just have not had a chance to colour outside of streams this week. It's been wild. I normally have no issues, but yeah, this week it's just been non-stop. And so, apart from streams, I have not coloured at all. My elbow's also hurting a bit. Alright, it seems weird because that's so short compared to there, but also the foreshortening because of the perspective. It's so weird. It's so weird. It's throwing my brain. But like, that would be foreshortened. Technically the shirt is tucked in, but it's come a little untucked here in the in the ruckus. So that's fine. Alright, so we're that way. So we've got little fingers, 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 and then thumb would be out that side. I feel like that whole elbow is too low. I might change that, and we might raise that up, and that might help me feel a little bit more. Yeah, I think we're going to raise that up. We're just going to redo that arm. Yeah, I think raising that up is going to be better. You are looking at it from an angle. That doesn't help. Yeah, no, we just need to raise that up a bit. Okay, let's go again. Yeah, there we go. That's feeling a bit better. I feel like you're smashing through this quick. I don't feel like I'm smashing through this quick at all. Alright. Plat 1, plat 2, because I think it's funny if the plats are flying behind. Like, we're going so fast. And then there's little strands that come out in the front of the face because the plats are never neat. We are going to have to stop for again for a little bit because my wrist is starting to go real crunchy, y'all. But maybe I'll stop for a bathroom break. Alright, we're just gonna do those as little tubes for now, but they are actual plats. I'll turn those into the actual plats when we're certain everything looks good and it's right. That ear is not in the right position. That ear needs to come back a bit. I'll see. I don't think I'm going to be able to zoom in anymore for that one right now. Etheline, hello, hello. Welcome in. Alright, that'll do for now. We'll come back and clean that up when I've got a bit more. Doing the faces while my hands are a bit like, ooh, it's probably not the best time, but we'll get the leaf down. So I want the leaf to sort of come up a little bit, like it's been raised, curled slightly on the edge. And then you come more down here. And that way, because we've got the edge raised up, we can also go and do some water movement. Because, of course, there is a bunch of splatter happening as Papaya zooms through the water. Ugh. Okay, we're going back to that face later on. Same with those hands, mate. Hand is like, nah, with that right now. In fact, I might even have to stop for a bit. We'll come back to that one. Duckies. Let's find some duckies. I literally just typed duckies into Google instead of ducklings. Images. I want some little ducklings. That's the perfect picture. That is exactly what I was imagining for ducky sitting by the water. This baby here. This baby here. That's kind of what I was imagining for how the duckies are sitting in the water with the little feetsies in the water. So that gives us a good reference. Because here's our little duckies all cheering on our races. So basically, it's like a blob. I wonder if I can find somewhere around here. I have another colouring book page I was designing donkeys years ago too, but that one's all animals. Was animals going to a birthday party? I wonder if I can find that. I just remembered that as well. I spent ages drawing that. I wonder where that's gone. It's got to be somewhere. I swear, since I've moved, I feel like I'm missing sketchbooks. Oh. Sorry, we are going to stop here for a minute. Oh. Yeah. Again, there's going to be a few hand massages today. So I hope you're all doing well out there. I hope you're enjoying it so far. Right. We're making some progress. I might take like an actual stand-uppy break. Go to the bathroom. Maybe make a snack or something, you know. Just give my hands a good little bit of a rest. See if I can get a bit of the swelling to go down again. You're lurking, doing dishes. You're all good, Mandy. You're all good. It's gonna be slow progress. Yeah, no, I think we are going to take a little break here. Just because I don't want to overwork them. So it does mean we are going to have to do a lot of stopping and starting, unfortunately. Yeah, we will take a break. Also, yep, colouring Bumblebee. You have some good sleepies. Yeah. We've been going for almost 3 hours. So we've been going for a little bit. I know I've been stopping and starting during that. But we're going to take a good break here. I'm going to pop to the bathroom and make some food. So we'll aim for probably like a 15 minutes. It might be less than that. But it's basically if you want an opportunity to make some food, to go to the bathroom, to get a job done, any sort of self-care, we'll take a good break here. I'm going to go and make as I said, some food. I'm going to go and have a good stretch of my hands. And then hopefully by the time we come back, things will have settled down a little bit and we'll have a little bit less swelling around the knuckles, and then we can carry on and see how we go, because this is where the injury has occurred as well. Cool. If you're off of bed, oh good. I know it's heading to bedtime on the other side for a lot of y'all. So if you're heading to bed, get some good sleepy sleeps. I'll try and remember to post in my stories like an update of where we leave it when we do get through it. But for now, we'll take a break, and if you are popping off to go for the day / night / time zone, thank you so much for being here. I'm sure we'll catch you again. I'll just turn on face cam, but I wonder if I have like a little text thingy here, and I can make one. I'll put a little text thingy out saying on break, be right back. We'll leave it on the colouring page because that's fun. Rather than my break screen. Boop. Ah, I flipped it upside down somehow. Ah. There we go. Oh, goodness me. I'm losing the plot, I tell you. What I really need to do is make that text a different colour. There we go. That's a bit better. Okay. We'll do that. I want to colour this page when it's done. Well, Athelene, it will be released on my Ko-fi for free once we're done. That was my £500 and £1,000 challenge from last weekend. So when it's done, it will be released. It's just got a while to go yet. But I'll see you all in a little bit. So, as you might be able to see by the fact that stuff has appeared, we're here. I'm just going to shove some food in my gob. So I have to eat gluten. And then my bonus gluten, what I actually wanted to eat, spicy noodles. I've been craving spicy noodles for so long. I also love Shin Ramen. It does not love me. But it's delicious. It's like, I will get just a little pot. And it'll be a yummy lunch. I can dip spicy sandwich into it. Not spicy sandwich. I can dip normal sandwich into spicy soup. I'm just going to move you over here for 2 seconds. And then I can move this right out of frame. Because I can see me doing the me thing. Of spilling the nudes. And then spicy soup everywhere. That being said, I'm pretty sure I have a couple of colouring books that feature Shin Ramen. Because, yeah. I should have grabbed chopsticks. In fact, I think I have some chopsticks around here. Yeah, this is why when restaurants give us disposable cutlery, I keep it in here as a backup. So I think I'm out of paper napkins. Oh, one more. When they give us the spare cutlery, I just keep a set in here just in case, because you never know. So yeah, it's just a pot of Shin Ramen. I did throw in some carrot and some onion. I forgot to put any lettuce on my sandwich, so I'm not really having enough greens for my own liking, but we will pay for that later. And then yeah, because while obviously these are wheat noodles and there is a bit of gluten in here, I do have to also have specifically two pieces of a bread a day. Ideally 4, minimum 2. And so while I don't really need a sandwich to go along with a pot of noodles, I also have a sandwich so that I get my gluten. But on the plus side, we can dip sandwich into spicy broth. Which at least makes it a little bit more bearable. I put chicken or cooked hen in my instant ramen and sometimes sweet corn. Yeah, I love putting sweet corn in. We've used up all ours. Or else I would have. There is ham in the sandwich. I normally wouldn't put ham because it's salt. And it's already enough salt. Chicken, if we have chicken, I will put chicken in though. Egg is my favourite. I just have got no hard-boiled eggs, which is very unlike me. I'm not very prepared today. There's also broccoli, but again, the reason why I can't get out any corn or broccoli or anything like that is it's all in the freezer right now. So I had to just pull from whatever leftovers are in the fridge, because this week we had to buy a new freezer. Our existing freezer let me just get a gulp of food in my mouth. Alright, existing freezer still works, but it is over 30 years old. The seal's been going for a long time. It's been on its last legs, and we realise now that the seal is just not sealing at all. So it's just not doing anything, and the freezer has basically turned into a solid block of ice because it's like drawing moisture in and then freezing it, and it's, yeah, so we're like, okay, we have to do it. So luckily found a good deal to get a separate vertical freezer. So that was delivered yesterday, but it needs time to settle before it could be popped on. So we left it to settle. It's been settled overnight and it's basically ready to go at this point. But there's also only one plug. So when we plug the new freezer in, the old freezer's coming out. Now the new freezer needs 2 hours to get to temperature. The old freezer is a solid block. So things are going to stay frozen as long as we keep it as jam closed seal as we have been at the moment. It's also cooler today. Yesterday it was boiling. So we're like, we should not do this yesterday when things will melt instantly because it is so hot. So today it's much cooler. So the things in the old freezer will stay frozen in that time because it is so solidified. So that means, you know, but I don't want to open the old freezer right now because it's sealed up. Like we've got it strapped closed and it's sealed up as best as we can to keep it sealed right now. But yeah, it's, so I just can't, basically I can't get into any like the broccoli that I would usually add or anything like that because it's all in the freezer and I'm not opening the freezer. Yeah, I love adding leftovers. It's a good base to add other things too, basically. Fussy with eggs, I don't like scrambled eggs or omelettes. That's valid. For a long time, I was really fussy with what I added cheese to. I love cheese, but I did not like the combination of chicken and cheese. I really did not like anything that was chicken and cheese because it was just like they don't go together. I have since acclimatized and I will eat chicken with cheese. I used to not like ham and cheese. I'd allow beef and cheese and that was about it. It was either cheese on its own or meat. Still don't really get fish and cheese. Like, that one still doesn't make sense to me. But again, everyone has their own taste. So we go very much with a fed is best rule here. I mean, for a while I was vegetarian, so yeah, I've always kind of been a bit funny. I also don't like mac and cheese. Love cheese, just don't like macaroni and cheese because I don't like cream sauce. The Macca's chicken and cheeseburger is screaming right now. Never had one. I never got the appeal. I just work at Burger King, and yeah, if I ordered a chicken burger as part of my shift, no cheese. Cheese mixed into scrambled eggs is delicious. I've done it a couple times, but honestly I'd rather eat the eggs and the cheese separate. I can see where people are coming from it though. Because I do like if I'm having a quiche, it can be quite nice to have some cheese in there and stuff too. So I do get eggs and cheese. Right. That was probably enough food. There. Where did I put my pain meds? There, that's where I put you. Cheesy beans. Cheesy beans are good. I do like beans. I do like my beans, and I'm very happy to make them cheesy. The other day I took a can of, they call it 4 salad bean mix or something. It's basically like white beans, black beans, kidney beans, and chickpeas in a canned form. So it's just they're mixing those bits, but it's canned, so it's all cooked and ready to go. I took that, drained it, and blitzed it with a bunch of Mexican seasoning, and then put that in the bottom of a bowl as like a bean paste, and then layered a bunch of veggies on top, like really finely diced because we've got a pulser, so it dices all our veggies really, really tiny. So I put in like celery, cucumber, lettuce, onion, like bunches of veggies, and then I got corn chips and dipped it in. It was basically like salad as a dip. It was so good. Oh, I should have put spring onion in here. I forgot I had spring onions in the fridge. I mean, I know the packet comes with some, but I could have put in more. Oh well. Okay. I have now had half a sandwich and some of my pot of noodles, so not only am I feeling better having had some food, but I've now been able to take more pain meds, which is great. Alright, we'll take away the break sign. Oof. I've eaten too fast and given myself indigestion, so bear with me. Oof. Okay. Alright, I can still see problems if I leave you there. Oh, there's my fork. I did put cheese into the nudes, by the way. I don't always put cheese into my spicy nudes, but today I was like, yeah, we're going to have a little bit of cheese. Because you know what this dish needs? More salt. Beans means Heinz. I'm trying to... So Watties is our, like, main one here. I'm trying to think if we do get Heinz baked beans here. Like, there's definitely like some specialty places where you can get Heinz baked beans. I'm trying to remember. I know obviously these Watties is like, I think it's called SPA or SCA, or it's like a slightly cheaper brand, and then there's an even cheaper brand. It's been a while since I've brought any beans. I'm very much a Watties girl. Because I find the cheaper ones, the tomato sauce is too sweet. Plastic cheese? No. No. Mine, I've got a very long-aged, sharp cheddar cheese in mine. Nothing wrong with plastic cheese. I have munched on that stuff as a snack a lot of the time. But, yeah. I like a very sharp, tangy cheese. So, if I can, I will do a very hard, long-aged vintage cheddar. Yeah. I'm also a fan of blue cheese though. I like cheese that really has a flavour. I think that's one of the reasons I also don't like cheese sauce. It's very... It just tastes like cream to me. But again, preferences. Everyone has their own preferences. No emergency message from Mum. Alright. Enough procrastination. It wasn't a procrastination, it was a necessary break for my hands. Mac and cheese is the best when you make it yourself. Honestly, I have had multiple people make mac and cheese for me that claim their mac and cheese is the best. My mum used to make it all the time. As a kid, I would force myself to eat it, and she would purposely load my plate up with as many mix-ins as she could, because she knew I really did not like it, but we were too poor to be fussy kids. And mac and cheese was a cheap dinner. So she did make it from scratch. And yeah, like, I've gone to people's houses before and they don't realize that I'm not a fan of mac and cheese, and so they'll serve it as part of dinner, and I will eat it to be polite. Like, I can eat it. I just genuinely, I've never liked mac and cheese. And part of that is the fact that for me, it kind of just tastes like creamy nothingness. I'm also not a huge fan of pasta, which I think is another big thing that is another thing to keep in mind of why I don't like it. I am not a fan of pasta, and it's since I switched to gluten-free pasta that I've actually enjoyed eating some pasta dishes again. So that's another thing to keep in mind. Yeah, pasta, I'm one of those people that, like, if I had to give up pasta for the rest of my life, it would be fine. Like, I would miss ramen, which is noodles, which one could argue is not pasta. You know, it's different, but if I had to give up noodles in general and give up ramen, that part would be a bit more sad to me than giving up pasta, because I don't care about mac and cheese or fettuccine or even spaghetti bolognese, which is the one pasta dish I do eat on the semi-regular. So, but again, it's just all preferences. There's nothing wrong. Please don't think me saying this is saying you shouldn't eat. Eat what you want to eat. We go with a fed is best rule here. So, again, I will eat it. I just rather have something else. And that's my preferences. I am a New Zealand colour mama. I love my mum's mac and cheese. I think there's something about like someone else's cooking too that also can make a difference. Like, things taste better when someone else has cooked it. Sometimes, most of the time, unless you have a really bad cook. But yeah, no, it's not a because there's so many people in my life where I've said, oh yeah, I don't like mac and cheese, and they're like, oh, you just haven't had good mac and cheese, you just haven't had my mac and cheese, and then I'll make you mac and cheese, and then be like, what do you think? And I'm always honest. Like, it sounds, I don't want to be like, yeah, it was delicious. I'll be honest and say, I can see why you like it, because I can understand logically why people like mac and cheese. I can understand how it's comforting. I can understand, it's melty cheese. When they do those mac and cheeses with the crispy, cheesy top, like, freaking love crispy cheese. I get it. But at the end of the day, it's not my cup of tea. And so, yeah, I'll be honest and say, honestly, it was still too heavy, too creamy, and too bland for my liking. Because most of the time, that's what it feels like to me. Even my mum used to, as a kid, when she made it, she would make sure it had tons of onions and tomatoes, and then I would crack a ton of black pepper over it, and yeah, just not my cup of tea. And that's okay. Like, you don't have to like every food on the planet. And I'm the same with like Alfredo or I think it's carbonara, even spaghetti bolognese, which, like, my mum makes a vegetarian version using lentils, and I will eat that. I really like that. But she'll still load it up on garlic and, so it's got lots of flavour and stuff, but I'll still take a very minimal amount of pasta, again. Even with it being the gluten-free pasta, I'm still not a pasta girly. And that's okay. Again, you don't have to like what everyone likes. Everyone, like, around you might go, yeah, mac and cheese, and you can be like, cool, I'm gonna go have a curry. Which is me. I would rather go and have a curry. What are some New Zealand specific dishes that you like? Ooh. So, New Zealand cuisine is interesting because so the native inhabitants, the Māori, have a culture of food. Then the European settlers came over and introduced European food. So we have a lot of UK and Europe-derived foods. And then as the borders opened and immigration became a thing, we are such a collective of cultures here in New Zealand. It is very common to find Indian, Japanese, Korean, Chinese, Indonesian, Filipino, like a lot of the islands, Samoa, Tonga, the Cook Islands, Niue, but then we still have that English settlement route of coming over, so the UK, France, Spain, Italy, there's like this Belgium waffle place, like, with such an amalgamation of cultures, and then with the US influence as well. Oz are very similar to that, yeah. So it's interesting because, and it's something that I remember watching this TV show where they were talking, it was some sort of international cooking show, and some sort of cooking competition, and there was a contestant and they were from New Zealand, and I remember that one of the judges saying, oh, I love chefs from New Zealand because they end up learning so much variety because there's such a variety of cuisine there. I was like, oh, I never really thought about that, but we do. We are such a dynamic culture, which is quite interesting. If you are ever in Aotearoa and you get the opportunity to go to a hangi, a traditional hangi done on a pā, absolutely amazing. I know there is a pā over in Rotorua because Rotorua is quite touristy, but I know specifically there is a place over there where you can go and get traditional hangi. So a pā is a Māori meeting house, and hangi is a beautiful dish where you will have some sort of meats. So it could be seafood, it could be lamb, it could be mutton, it could be beef, and lots of vegetables, including kumara, which is sweet potato, and they will wrap it in these big leaves and they cook it underground. So it's not touching dirt, it is wrapped up and protected from dirt, but it gets, first off, it's steamed underground, so it's beautiful and soft and tender. It's slow cooked, but because it's cooked underground, there's this inherent earthiness to it, in the same way that mushrooms can have like an earthy umami flavor. There is an earthy umami to it that you can't get unless you do a hangi, and it is divine. It is so good. So that would be a very specific dish that if you can get to try. There are a few places that claim to be hangi, but they just do it in tinfoil and like ovens. It's not hangi. Got to be buried in the ground. Other than that, New Zealand chocolate, Whittaker's is not really a dish, but you know, New Zealand chocolate. Whittaker's is top tier. Cassie may argue, because there are some debates across if this is Kiwi or if this is Australian, but there's the big debate about pavlova, which is a dessert that is like a meringue, but it's a super large meringue. It's crispy on the outside, it's marshmallowy in the center. It's usually loaded with fresh cream and topped with berries or kiwi fruit or some sort of fresh fruit. It's a very summery dessert that we do over here, and it is like, yeah, no idea where it come from, just know I love it. Yeah. These debates, it was named after a ballerina, and a Russian ballerina, and it was when they were touring Australia and New Zealand, and there's some debate if it was done on the New Zealand leg or the Australian leg. There was one chef who was following the tour, so yeah, it's just a debate. But that's a really good dessert. Meat pies, the good old classic meat pie, that is very much a Kiwi snack staple. In the same way that I know, for example, in the States, there's a 7-Eleven and you might go in and get like a hot dog or something like that. This is a hot meat pie. So it is like savory mince in a gravy encased in a pastry shell, and you literally walk around with it. Very common Kiwi thing is to chuck that between bread. A lot of our like Kiwiism snacks are chuck things between bread. Got a sausage, put it in bread. Got chips, chuck it in bread. Are they potato chips or hot chips? Doesn't matter, chuck it in bread. Need a kid's party snack? Sprinkles on bread. Need a sweet treat? Jam and cream on bread. So much stuff is bread. Yeah, fish and chips is obviously another one, and any New Zealand seafood is another dish. I grew up with two parents who don't really like seafood, so I didn't eat a lot of seafood, but I do really enjoy fish, and of course, being an island, we do have a lot of really beautiful seafood around here. I've tried little bits of it, especially if I could go somewhere with someone who will order seafood, so I don't have to try it on my own. But yeah, fish, even just classic fish and chips, which is technically a UK, you know, fish and chips UK influence, but we do amazing fish and chips here. Yeah, trying to think if there's any other like good old Kiwi lamb. Our lamb is kind of world renowned. We also have really good wine. Yeah, there's lots of really good foods here. See, Stardust and Artsy Endo. Hello, hello. Sorry, you just caught me in the middle of a food ramble. Talking about New Zealand foods. Yes, so I believe, because I did see someone eating a Scotch pie in a video, I think they have a little bit more of a solidified filling from memory. But it might be the same idea. Let me just Google a Scotch pie and make sure. Traditional small double crust meat pie, historically filled with minced mutton, now commonly beef or lamb. Sturdy hot water crust pastry and highly seasoned. Yeah. So the images that I've seen of it, anyone wondering what we're talking about? You can see here it's quite solid. It's quite a solidly dense packed pie. Whereas a mince pie NZ. So ours, that looks more cold, this one, so ignore that one. But see here, ours kind of is a little bit more gravy. Also we have like mince and cheese and steak and cheese. You can get a whole range of flavors. They do some really interesting ones like butter chicken, and some places do seafood pies, but it's more of a flaky pastry as well, as opposed to the hot water pastry. But similar idea. So if you like a Scotch pie, you'll probably like a mince pie. But yeah, when people say, oh yeah, I'm going to have pie for dessert, I have to keep reminding myself that pie for a lot of people is sweet, not savory, because that's what we think of when we think of a pie. Yeah. If you said to someone, oh, I'll bring a pie, they'll probably presume you're bringing a mince pie here. I need to come to New Zealand. I wish I could make it easy for you all just to pop over. Maybe one day we'll figure something out. But yes, for everyone that's just joined us in, welcome. Sorry, I was taking sort of like a mini break for my hands and also eating food. And we've got a very slow progressing page today, but we're doing lots of self-care as we're doing it. We are doing the promised colouring page design. So we're working on the first page here, for anyone that's joined us. So the colouring book is a colouring book called Shadow and the Secrets of the Garden Glen. I may change that title, but that's been the working title for a few months now. And it follows Papaya and Peel, which are two children loosely based on my nieces and nephew, inspired by really more, so not based on them really, but based on my nibblings, as they follow Shadow the cat out after playing with him. They follow him out the garden, over the fence, and they stumble their way into a secret world within the garden. So this is them currently racing some leaves down a river, and some of the creatures of this world that they bump into. So yeah, this is what we're working on today for the charity stream for the 500 and 1,000 pound raised. I promised that I would design and release for free by the end of the month 2 colouring pages. Oh, these trees be dancing. I would not be surprised if we've got some tree branches loose on the roads. And so yeah, we've slowly been working our way through designing it. So we started at the top. I mean, we sketched out the whole thing and then we've been doing more details. So we've got the waterfall, we've got the mermaid bubbles here, which is a nod to the mermaid lake that also has an octopus, and then we have our boats for hire from our little caterpillar salesman, which are just leaves, as you can see. River comes round. We've got a couple of little fish friends that are out of the water saying hi, and then we've got Papaya starting to water skate down here. So now we're just working on some duckies, the little ducklings that are going to have their feet in the water as they wait and cheer on our little friends skating by. And this is where Peel is. So Peel's going to be sitting and holding like the stem of the leaf like a go-kart. And so that's, and then Shadow is here, down here as we carry on through. And down here we have a squirrel, another little ducky, though we may change that one, holding the rope, aka a vine for the finish line. And then we have the mama duck here with the flag. Because, of course, in a race. Because, of course. So, yeah, we're just drawing in our little ducklings sitting on the water's edge here. I am thinking of giving them all, like, maybe like a little tie or something. So it looks like, you know, like a school uniform. Or maybe like a little waistcoat or something. Like they're all in a class. I'll bring you all in a bit. And we'll see how much more we can do until my hand goes crunch, crunch. Nope. So yeah, we will be taking breaks today because of my hand. It does get very sore very easily while drawing now, so we do have to pause frequently. So yeah, they're going to have their little feetsies in the water, like they're just sitting on the edge. And these two are the two that are like chat, 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 chat. They're not even really paying attention to the race. Maybe we'll bring your beak around a little bit. Like you are watching the race, but you're also chat, 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 chat. It sounds amazing, super fun. Thank you. The whole idea for the book started one day because my nibblings asked me what happens when Shadow goes over the fence in the backyard. So I made up the garden glen. And then I realised it would actually make a really cute little colouring book / storybook. So yeah, the layout of the pictures would actually make a little story of them playing with Shadow in the real world, them following him out to the garden, and them going down into the path and finding their way to the portal to the garden glen, spending the day in the garden glen. Then they'll come back home, and then the final picture will be Papaya and Peel and Shadow fast asleep, surrounded by piles and piles of toys. And we're going to take the little creatures from in the garden glen and turn them into toys. So it's like, was this a kid's imagination, or did they actually go to a world, you know? So yeah, and I've got a your feet need to be bigger. I've got a couple of pages that have already been, that I've drawn out. So those pages are potentially there if like it takes too long, or my hands are like, sorry, I was drawing duck feet, so I was thinking feet in my head. My hands are like, yeah, nah. You're gonna have 1 foot in and 1 foot not, like you're splashing. Such a cute story, yeah. Well, it started just with that little question of, and then the idea of how I would turn it into a visual story just came to me one night when I was having a really bad night, so, yeah. But, you know, when you're both an aunt and a dungeon master, the kids ask you a question, it's like, of course we're going to make up a story. Happy duck. Here's our happy duck. Waving high to papaya. Kind of reminds me of Psyduck. We'll give it the Psyduck. Now, if at any point I suddenly disappear, know that it's because the internet has dropped out because of the wind, because I am legit watching the trees basically bend in half right now, and there is some very heavy wind warnings around for the country right now, so if I drop out, it's because the internet's dropped out. You know, you can get the Bulldog spicy sauce on its own as well. So good. Excellent choice. Bulldog is definitely spicy, so good for it. Yeah. I love the Bulldog. I have the spice. In terms of ramen, the shin is my favorite. Like, I prefer the flavor of this one, but I do enjoy the Bulldog spicy sauce. But I've got the bottles of the sauce, so I can literally turn shin into Bulldog if I wanted to. Yeah, I do really like the Bulldog on Titabuki. Titabuki, top tier. Spice tolerance has gone down. I used to eat the whole packet. I don't know how. Hey, it's okay. I think things do change as, you know, you change. I mean, I know my spice tolerance has definitely gone down. But I still can eat a lot of spice. But yeah, I don't have to have the hottest of the hot anymore. I can actually enjoy a mild quite nicely. So. But yeah, I do still enjoy a very hot dish. But I'm happy to admit I'm also getting old, and maybe I want something a little bit less intense. But the Bulldog sauce on like fish or chicken. Yeah. You can't have spice, I have to go for flavour. That's valid. It's valid. The reason why I like the sauce is because when I cook here, I cook for Mum, and Mum she used to be whiter than white spice, aka pepper was spicy. She now can actually handle a little bit of chili, which is awesome. So but she does still have a very mild palate. So, but I don't have to be paranoid if chili is an ingredient in something anymore. Like, obviously, if it's the first ingredient, it's a no. But if it's like the 11th ingredient, it's like, okay, it's probably going to be okay. If it's in the spice blend and it's like right down the list, I'm like, yeah, it's probably going to be okay. So that's nice. But I'm used to very much cooking mild and then adding to make more spice. Because that's how I cook for me and Mum, is I will cook something mild and then I add in a hot sauce. So I have a lot of like spicy add-ins so that I can bump the spice up to whatever level I like. So my brother enjoys coming around here to eat because he knows he can get spicy food because I have so many add-ins. Right, so what do we think for do we want to give them a hat, or I feel like we've got a couple of hats already, and I don't want to cover up Psyduck Nod there. Do we do like a school tie, though? Does that read as school? Like, that might read as too formal. Little waistcoats? Maybe we could do little waistcoats. Can we do little ducky waistcoats? Like they've got a little uniform. It's going to be interesting to work out perspective on a few of these. Where does it end? We'll figure that out in a moment. We'll just see if we like the look of them having a waistcoat. No, I don't like the waistcoat. I don't think that's the mood. Okay, I think you're just naked duckies. Not every animal in the Garden Glen wears clothes. Just some of them choose to have some clothing items. Because they don't need clothes. They just like to dress up. Because dressing up is fun. So why wouldn't you dress up? And that's why the page where... So, my nibblings have dictated a couple of things in terms of both what is top hats for the buckies. Yeah, I did think about hats, but we have already done a hat up here. But also, if I do a hat, I cover up his little fluffies, and I like his little fluffies because now he kind of looks like Psyduck. And I like the little nod to Psyduck, even though it's not a Pokemon. I just like it. It's fine. Honestly, we've got so much coming because the duck down here, the mama duck, is an umpire, race master. I don't know. We're going to be inspired by that. So that one may wear a waistcoat, or at the very least have a whistle around its neck, and we'll be holding a racing flag. So, you know, one of the duckies is having clothes. It's fine. Plain looks best, yeah. Right, I gotta stop picking at my noodles because if I'm already full and I've still got to fit in half a sandwich, and the bread as a sandwich is the essential part. I have to eat the bread. I might spend the night working on Dragonspell. I might have arts text later. Yeah, that's all good. Well, I've been using art text to do a break with my hands, so absolutely later on we will do an art text. Right, I want to see if I can find another little picture of a duckling. So we've got this one with its little feet splashing. That one's kind of half in the water like a naughty child. This one's waving. Oh my gosh, it's so cute. Sorry, I'm looking at pictures of baby ducklings. Look at this one. Look at it. It's so tiny. It's so tiny. It's like the size of my pencil sharpener for perspective. Tiny, tiny, tiny. I want one where it kind of has like, whoop, Okay. 2 seconds. Oh, that's what it's afraid of. Oh. Sorry, bump the camera. Ooh. So it doesn't matter anyway, I still have the duckies up. I have very old windows here, and if I, like, it's got 2 latches on the side and a handle latch at the bottom, and I don't always close the handle latch because the 2 latches at the side keep the window closed, except for when we get these gustily breezes and it can actually suction the window back and then slam it back closed, so that's when you've got to make sure you latch the bottom one. And I hadn't latched the bottom one, so just did that. Right, so what I want is like a ducky with its wings up, like it's going, yay! I don't know if they do that. Zoomy ducky! Zoomy ducky! It's so funny looking. It's so funny looking. Oh! I almost would do a duck racing them now. So funny looking. Alright, let's search ducklings, wings up. Let's see if we can. Yeah, that's what we want. Something like that. Yeah. Now we can do a ducky going, yay! Obviously it won't be 100% accurate, but you know. Our duckies have spread across a little bit, but that's okay. So this one's going to be a bit taller because it's stretching up. Maybe it's like the big sibling ducky, and it's looking after the little duckies, and that's why it's also cheering on. Is the big sibling papaya comes across. Or maybe it's just a different type of bird. I don't know. Use your imagination, folks. Duckies cheering on the race. Yeah! I love drawing animals. As I said, somewhere around here, I have a colouring page I also started drawing, which has nothing to do with this book at all. It's just something I randomly started drawing ages ago because I was feeling sad again. So when I feel sad, I draw cutesy animals doing cutesy things. And somewhere around here, there was a picture of it. And it was a thing of... Just realised what else was in here. It was like an animal's birthday party. It was just so many animals. But I remember specifically the idea of how does an octopus come to an animal's birthday if they're having a birthday party on land? It's like, duh, the animals put up a paddling pool, so there's an octopus at this birthday party as well. Just looking at what else is in here as well. Oh my goodness. It's been a while since I've used this journal. The reason why I was cracking up laughing is I don't know if you're still lurking there, but your Christmas card mock-up stuff is in here too. All sorts in there. There's some different things I was involved in. There's like a little character they had to create for something that was in a wheelchair. All sorts of random stuff in there. But yeah, somewhere else I have another sketchbook, and that sketchbook is the one I'm like, where the heck? Because there's certain drawings that I know I've done that have gone missing. And I also know me, and sometimes when I get into a bad state mentally, I also throw out old drawings and stuff. So I really, really hope I didn't throw that sketchbook out. Because there was even more sketch stuff for this story in there, and then there was also the animal birthday party page. So I really do hope I can find it. Ducky, 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 ducky. It's a bit hard because this reference image also has this being backlit, so it's like some of it disappears because it's feathers. You get bigger feet because you're a bigger ducky, so you're definitely big sibling duck looking after little duckies. Which is smart. I don't know why, but you feel like you need glasses. Actually, no. They look like goggles on you because of the angle. You need something. Maybe you get a hat. Baseball cap's not the right style hat for you though. No, not the right. You need something. You need something to say that you're boss ducky over here right now. Oh, I know what they can have. And this one can have one too, maybe. How about a little streamer? Like you're going, yay! And then this one. Is this how wings work for holding stuff? No! Is that what we're gonna do? Yes! I will obviously clean up the ribbons in a moment. A bandana around its neck. Oh, that could be cute. Let's have a look. Yeah, I like the bandana. The bandana is a good idea. Give it like a little... Or do we do it the other way and give it a more necktie bandana, you know, like it's to the back. Do, 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 do. Excuse me. There's all that ramen settling into my stomach. Yeah. That way, like a little tied bandana at the front. So it could be like a tie, or it could be like a scarf, like that. And then the ribbons, because they're waving the ribbons. And these two could have them, they're just too lazy because they're too busy chatting. They're just like too busy going nee, and not actually paying attention to the race. But the one that probably took them there is like, come on, we're going to see the race, and was like, yay, really excited. And this one's like, ah, yay, I get to wave a thing. Does this need little stories made up as we go along? No. Does it make me happy as I make little stories up for why each of the characters are the way they are? Very much so. Alright, I think that's our duckies. I think that's our duckies in the water. Alright, let's come back to here and see if we can finish cleaning up papaya. Because I'm still not in love with how papaya's looking, but that's okay. Sometimes coming back with some fresh eyes after a bit of a break can help as well. I also never drew papaya's shoes, which doesn't help either. Yeah, I'm already much happier with that leg. just a small little thing, but I'm already like, that leg is so much better. Alright, so I do have a little reference up for anyone wondering. I'm not going to show the reference because it's a kid, and well, I googled it, and I would hope that it's a model that they have released and stuff like that. I just don't know, so yeah, that's basically, I just search kids surfboarding on Google. I'd just rather not show kids on the channel, you know? You know? But sometimes YouTube... I hope YouTube doesn't think that the drawing creation of a colouring book is for kids. For a while there, I thought colouring videos were always for kids. That's why a lot of people have that disclaimer that it's an adults only channel. Because YouTube thought colouring meant kids. It's like, no, I think we've proven that colouring can mean not for kids as well. So, the nibbling papaya is wearing tights or leggings with a skirt and a t-shirt, and the t-shirt does have a heart on the front as well. I thought about doing polka dots on the tights because that would also be accurate, but I decided against it because, one, I would have to draw the exact same size polka dots every single time and try and get them in the exact location every time, And it's like, well, no, the polka dots would move every time because I would not be that pedantic to also make sure the polka dots are the same size in the same place every single time. And then B, it's easy enough when you colour the page if you decide to make the tights polka dot to put little dots in there and then make your own polka dot tights. So it's like, it's fine. We will leave the tights plain. And people can customise the tights. We got the pigtails. I'm actually just going to erase that whole face. We're going to start again. We're going to start again with the face because I'm not happy with the face. Faces are always the hardest part. I was about to give it like determined brows, like, yeah, I got this, and then I realized it makes it kind of look like not determined, but more like what's going on. So instead we'll give acceleration brows. So I did debate when I was kind of sketching them out for the first time too, if I was like, oh, do I do eyelashes? But I've decided I don't want to do eyelashes on the kids. I want to keep them very much kid coded. So, you know. Well, yes, kids who have eyelashes, I feel like sometimes eyelashes, you know, I associate them with doing makeup. I don't know if that's just a me thing, but it's like, no, I'm not actually going to give them eyelashes. I'm just going to... I feel like I've done a worse job on that face now. I think it's the nose. The nose is too round and out there. Hope we're all doing well out there. Remember to have some water and hydrate. We're going to take another little break in a moment. Little earring. Here we go. My little nibbling is coming over soon. I get cuddles. Yay. Love nibbling cuddles. My nibbling asked me yesterday in the pool. They were like, how long have you known me? It's like, since you were born. I met you the day you were born. They're like, ah. It's like, I've always known about you, kid. Sorry. They ask such funny questions sometimes too. Like when we were driving to the pools, we passed by my old high school, and we happened to be talking about school because this nibbling is in school, and so they were talking about school, and they're talking about the next school that they would go to, and I was like, oh, the next school after that is high school, and that was Auntie's high school where I see it. And they were like, whoa. And then they're like, and then you were done and you didn't have to go to school anymore? And then I was like, nope. Then we went to college/university. And then they were like, more school? There's more school? I was like, only if you want to. You don't have to go to university. Too much school. For context, they've only been back at school, what, a week? I've barely been back at school since the summer holiday, so it's a bit too early to be going too much school. Oh, okay. Oh. Alright, it only took multiple tries, but I think that face is passable. Just cute little happy face. Pigtails flying behind. Surfing through the water. We might also do a little bit more splashy splash. Maybe like a little bit of that as they zip through the water. But, before we get on to peel, we're going to take another break of the hands. Yeah, we're not too bad at the swelling around there. Like, we are definitely swelling a little bit, but we're not too bad. Not too bad. The compression gloves are sort of keeping the compression in and keeping it in place, so yeah. The context, look, here, you can actually see knuckle. Yeah, these indents. So here, these just puffy swelling. It's okay. We'll just give it a good stretch. So if anyone sent through art tags or wants to send through art tags, now's a good time because we'll do some art tags. Ooh, that will be good to know. You're all good, Stardust. Take your time. Can send through my finished page. I've got, doesn't look much different. So that's all good. That's all good. Again, the art text also gives me a chance to sort of stretch out my hands for a bit, so. Oh, stretchy stretch. a really good way to use up ramen soup. No, good question, Eveline. I should really make up a prompt or command for it so it's much easier. So art tax is a term that we use when people message through something that they're working on or something they've recently completed, or usually just what they're working on while they're watching. And it doesn't have to be your best colouring or best drawing or, you know, best of. It's basically just a way for us to share what everyone in the community is up to while we're doing the stream, and share what you've been doing and celebrate creativity together. The reason why it's called art tax, I don't know, I guess it just kind of stuck. Joke of like paying your taxes. I'm nosy, I like to see what people are up to. Yeah, so you can basically message me on Instagram, or if you're in the Discord, we have an art tax channel, and you can post it in there, and then I can pull the images up and I just pull them up on stream. For example, Deborah, okay, Where I Wander I Find, has went through this gorgeous page that they've completed recently. It looks like you might have used some glitter pens on it too, by the look of it. Which, of course, I love. But yeah, it looked like the dragonflies might have a bit of glitter. I love this page. Such a good message too with the, you know, baby. There's a lot of sparkle in it. Yeah, sparkle's so good. We, of course, love our glitter here. There's also a really cute page. And we appreciate you very much sharing with us. Oh, I do have a messenger message. Uh-oh. Oh, it's just a response there. That's okay. Just thinking it might have been Mum. Yes, but it's hard to photograph. Very true. Very true. Oh, thank you so much for sharing. And we have this one from Stardust, which is the Dragon Spell page, which is also super cute. We can see the start of some glow effects building in there, which I'm excited for. It looks like the book might be a bit of a glowy book, which is gorgeous. You can join in, Appeline. Absolutely. My Insta, I'll bring out my Instagram link. If you're on Instagram, that could be the easiest way usually. If we haven't messaged before, you might need to, when you're on the profile, there should be send message. You might just need to send me like a hi or something, just so I can go me, and then you'll be able to send me pictures. I have that up just in case of, you know. Oh, I hear Mum. Bye! And it's a magical land too. It is. It is. I have a shadow beside me as well. Alright. Artsy Endo has been working on this one. This is what Artsy Endo's been up to. That is gorgeous. I love the tree colour. That is really, really cute. Oh, 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 oh. You're not meant to go on there, cat. He can tell I've got ham. But it's not the best one in bed. It's perfect, Artsy Endo. This is, Art Tax is not about sending through the best of the best. It is about celebrating what we are doing right now and just celebrating creativity. And you never know what will inspire somebody. So, yeah, I really like the tree colour, eh? Like, it's really pretty. Art text is a cute, quick way of telling Amy to check your messages because you want to share what you're working on. Also that. When people go, art text, it's like, okay, I know, just go check my messages. I also have a cat. Oh, it looks like we got glitter in here too. Yeah, I really should. I really should. Can you... actually, no. I have Discord open. Yeah. Instagram's usually the easiest way. If we have not chatted on Instagram, you may need to just send me a hi and then I can approve it, and then you'll be able to send me pictures. Kat, can you let me do my things first? Dex. Alright, that is created for now. Small. We might customize it a bit more later, but that is there. Thank you so much. Smalt words, good. Right, I see a request. I see a hi. We'll accept that and move that over. Here we go. Open image in a new tab, and then we'll go here and open image in a new tab. Oh, you're tiny. Discord bean boop. Open link. Good work on the block out, Cassie. So we have this one from Cassie, which is the colouring journal we did. You little shite. I had my hand up here and he literally got his paw and dragged my hand down so that I'd give him pats. Oh, you little shite. And you've been in the bush, so you're getting bits all over the colouring page. You're also drooling all over it, which, good thing this is just a sketchy paper. So yes, this is Cassie's finished page. You can see we have a gorgeous... Yeah, Shadow wants ham tacks. He very much wants ham tacks. The rug turned out great. You did gorgeous with that one, Cassie. So, well done. There's Artsy Endo again. And then this one's from Colouring Mama 360. Oh, he just drooled very badly. At least you didn't drool down my top this time, but my god. Good thing we're just sketching, eh? This is gorgeous. This is absolutely gorgeous. This is Christine Karen. I love the background. I'm guessing chalk pastels. Oh, don't forget using a water activated pencil. I technically am. Oh my goodness, you're trouble. You're trouble, you're trouble. It's a very bad activating water pencil anyway, so there's the reason why I never use it for anything but sketching, because it is a graphite pencil that's supposedly water soluble. I just used it because it was the nearest graphite pencil. So many talented people, so many. Right, I think that's us all caught up for now, but I need to just go and help Mum for 2 minutes now that she's home. We're just going to get this freezer in place and powered on and start that 2-hour period where one freezer freezes and the old freezer is still got enough power to keep itself going. So we are going to disappear for 2 seconds while I go and help Mum out and then hopefully take care of this little guy. My god, the amount of dirt on this. You've been in the bush. You've been down in the garden, Glen. So I'm just going to chuck you on the break screen and quickly go and take care of this, and then we'll be back. You are not staying on the desk because you'll eat the ham. I know you. Okay. Oops, wrong screen. Welcome back, everybody. Let me just de-garden fluffify the colouring page. He's definitely been in the garden. Freezer is now in place and powered on, and feet have been balanced and all that sort of stuff. So 3 o'clock, can start loading it. Oh, hurt my back. There's a lot of bending down. A lot of bending down. Right, that's all good. That's all still working. That's all working. Right. Let's strap on back up, do I? Might do a little bit more deep heat. Tube is so close to being emptied. Oh, fantastic. Ethylene, hun, if you are still there, I got your message, but unfortunately the way you've sent the photo, it's only visible during using the mobile app, which means I can see it on my phone, but I won't be able to bring it up on the computer. So just be aware with Instagram, because you can, there's 2 ways to send messages on Instagram. There is the, I'm just going to pull up a message so I can see, make sure I'm doing this right. There is the camera button on Instagram, which often only lets you look at it itself. Yeah, no, it's okay, you have it on phone, that's all good. On the, usually on the left hand side, there's the camera button where you take the picture with your phone and send it that way, or if you can take the picture, there's the to the side, there's like a picture on the side. Apologies, I'm explaining this so badly. There's 2 ways to add a picture to a message, and one of them only lets you view it on phone and replay it once, and then sometimes it doesn't even send it through. It's so rude. Alright, if I take that and then go like that and then click on here and then zoom in. So down the bottom, when you've got this button here, that's your taking a picture with Instagram button, but then you've also got this one here, which lets you add a picture from your gallery. That one's usually the better one, because that one you don't have to use the mobile app. It's okay if you still send it through the other way, I'll figure it out. But it does mean when it's like, you can only open this picture photo once and you have to use it on mobile. I can't bring it on the computer to share with anyone else. That's the only downside to it. Only if you want everyone to see it. If you don't want everyone to see it, then that's also a thing. That's fine too. Instagram do be weird. But yeah, the art text is also completely optional, but if you like to share, it's there. Okay, so that's all good. That's in place. Still gotta finish off my bread. I took Shadow with me so he couldn't eat my bread. I did hit my thumb, but it's okay. We have methylated up the hands. Right, so around here we have a couple of giant flowers that we're going to draw in. And then we can add in a few decorative pieces to the grass back there. And we're still going to do that grass in there too. Alright, so what I need... Perfect! You got it! You got it! Yay! Oh my gosh, that's gorgeous! You absolutely have, Apolline. I'm so grateful for you for pushing through to do it because, oh my god, y'all. Alright, this one has come through from Apolline. And look at that face! We're gonna make this really big so we can look at that face. Look at that face, y'all. That's so well done. Stunning. Yeah. Yeah, I love the purple of the eyes as well. Love the lips and the eyes. Yeah. The lips look like that perfect glossy but also slightly smudgy. Like, there's a certain lipstick style and I can't remember the name of it, but it's like when it's glossy but also slightly smudgy, but it's not smudgy messy, it's like smudgy good. I don't know how to describe it, but there's a certain look and it's reminding me of it distinctly and it's really cool. So good. Absolutely love. Love, love, love. It's giving Vampire Diaries Catherine. Yes. Very much so. Hauntingly beautiful. It's a good way to word it. Thank you so much for sharing with us, Apolline. It's perfect. Absolutely perfect. What I was trying to do before I got distracted by pretties, but good pretties. I have to see if I can show you a completed page. No worries. Awesome if you can, awesome if you can't. Art tax is one of those things. It's about celebrating whatever we're working on, so it doesn't have to be like the best. It's about just together. Celebrating creativity. Okay, so this is where we're up to. Also, it helps if you are stuck on a page. Also true. If you're stuck and you want some ideas, chat's very good. Now, this is where it gets interesting, because in my original rough sketch of how the kitties look over here, I did put Peel in just t-shirt and shorts, but then in the other one I've sketched it in basically a onesie. The introduction page, I basically sketched there basically a little onesie that I've sketched Peel in there. So I don't know. T-shirts and shorts is more accurate. But then, do we do... Oops, I never drew Papaya's shoes. That also helps if we actually give Papaya a pair of shoes. Nibbling is here. I'll be back if I can. Oh, good. Oh, good, Cassie. Have a wonderful time with nibbling. Nif, hello, hello, welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Thank you. I'll zoom out and show you the full thing so far. We've gotten a bit done. Like, obviously sketched out the whole thing, and now we're starting to define. So we've got the two characters, which is Papaya and Peel, and Shadow the cat, racing this, like, having a water slide thing, using giant leaves as boats. So we've got the waterfall with Little Mermaid, which has still got to do the face back on. We'll go back to that face. And then we've got our caterpillar that's selling our boats for hire. And then our little duckies watching the race, couple of fishies, and yeah, it's massive. Yeah, so I'm going to, I want to draw them A3, but I'm going to scan them in as A4, which is close to 8.5 by 11, to give myself some room for shaky lines when I do the inking. So I'd rather draw them big and then make them small. But also then you can also print them big if you want to do like a really big colouring page. But you can also print them small, you know. So we're just working on Peel, who is on one of the leaves. So just working over here on little Peel. So Peel's leaf is got the stem up because he's sitting in it rather than Papaya, who is surfing in the leaf. Yeah. Yeah, I would rather go big and make small and then get smaller, cleaner lines and go small and need to go big. And then you've got messy lines. So yeah, always was planning, draw big, go small. But yeah, the idea behind the story, for anyone who hasn't heard it, is basically the colouring book idea started because my nibblings, which is my term that I use for my nieces and nephews, one of my nibblings asked me what happens when Shadow jumped the fence to go into the bush behind our backyard. And so I made up a story. Hiya, Maya. I made up a story of Shadow the cat going to a secret garden glen. And all the different things that happened in the garden glen. And then I asked, you know, what do you think happens in the garden glen? And then the nibblings helped me come up with some ideas. And then because of that, I kind of was like, oh, that would be a really cute storybook or colouring book idea. And then, yeah, it's just one of those things I've had in mind for a while. And then last weekend when we did the charity stream, I said as a reward for hitting the 1,000 and 500 pounds raised, I would design and release for free the colouring book pages. So that's what we're doing today. We are designing and then going to be releasing by the end of the month on my Ko-fi for free 2 of the pages. So this one, obviously, Papaya and Peel have followed Shadow into the garden glen, and right now they are racing leaves down a river. So the idea is that they start off in the real world with Shadow, you know, 2 kids playing with a cat, and then they follow Shadow as he escapes into the backyard. So they climb the fence and follow him into a magical portal, and they turn up into the land, the garden glen. And this is a drawing my nibbling did of the garden glen. This is my nibblings colouring page that they designed. So this is the bush where you walk out of. So back there is the pathway home, and then up here is Rainbow Cloudland. I think this is from memory a giant bear that guards the way to Rainbow Cloudland. Here is the mermaid pond with an octopus that also lives in the mermaid pond. This is Papaya and Peel. I think this is meant to be Shadow here. And then I can't remember what this is. But yeah, this is their little map that they did of the garden glen. So yeah, we're working on a page in the glen, and the idea is that like we follow them through as they explore the garden glen. They do all these different things, and then they will eventually make their way back home, and then the final page of this book, I say this like I'm planning to release it as a book. This is years and years and years of work for me. But the final page would be Papaya and Peel and Shadow all curled up. And then around them would be piles of toys. But I want the toys to be representations of things from the adventure, like the different animals that they meet. And so there might be like a little mermaid toy, and there'll be like a little caterpillar, and maybe a bunch of ducks all in a row, and you know, like little things like that. So when you look at the page, it's like, did the kids actually go on the adventure, or was this entirely made up in their head, you know? So that's my idea for finishing it, I say. But that's a long way off. I don't know if I would get to that point, but we'll work on the 2 pages that we promised for now, and then I don't know, maybe we'll get into the groove and enjoy it so much that I'm like, yeah, all right, let's do this. Let's release this colouring book, or at least let's design all the pages for the colouring book, and then let's work out how to actually do a colouring book. All right, so I was thinking initially that they were holding the leaf to guide it like a cart, but maybe we keep the hands out as well. Will it forge? Kia ora, kia ora. Hello, hello. Welcome in, raiders. Let me do the things. Do the things like a professional. Because I'm totally a professional, I'm not. Will it forge? What were we up to today? Got rated earlier, so trying to share the love. I love that. You're painting? Fantastic. We love a bit of traditional art. Well, kia ora. Welcome in. My name is Amy. I am usually a colourist based in Aotearoa, New Zealand, so I usually work in adult colouring books. Last weekend we did a massive charity stream weekend where we were raising money for cancer research, and we raised £1,350, which is amazing. But as part of that, for the £500 and £1,000 milestones, I promised that I would design and release 2 colouring pages based on a very cute idea that I've had in my head for a while, something that I've kind of been thinking about for a long time. And so that's what we're working on today. We are sketching out, so you can see it's quite huge at the moment, but we are sketching out a page of the colouring book. So in this one, Papaya and Peel, which are two little children, are racing leaves down a river with Shadow the cat. So we've done things like draw the duckies cheering them on, and he's the caterpillar, hiring the boats, and all sorts of stuff. So that's what we're working on at the moment. It's nice. That's awesome. I'll have to check you out sometime too. I don't normally sketch myself. I have a very old hand injury, so I got into adult colouring because of my autoimmune arthritis, and then I had a fall while trying to get the treatment sorted, which resulted in quite a bit of hand damage. So for me, the journey to get back to sketching has been a very long time coming, but we're getting there. It is a lot of fun. I'm having a lot of fun designing this silly little page with all the cute little animals, and you know, just having fun. So if anyone has come in from the raid or will it Forge, because I know we raid at the end of streams, if you need to do a raid and fade and do some self-care, please feel free to. But if you want to obviously stay around to chat and hang out, we're pretty chill and low-key in here, and we tend to keep things pretty chill. That tends to be our vibes here. But you're all welcome to hang out, and a lot of people just lurk, a lot of people hang around and chat. So do what you feel comfortable to do, but at the very least, please do a little stretch and a little self-care, because it's very easy to forget to move for many hours. Does sound like fun. It does sound like fun. I like the idea of water skiing down a river on a giant leaf. It's kind of the fun thing about drawing, is you can make up your own silly lands where anything can happen. So what I was doing as you raided in was I was trying not to freak out at the wind, because the wind is huge here right now. Just deciding if originally I was thinking in my head that Peel was holding this like stem of the leaf and using that to like drive, but I kind of like the idea of Peel's hands actually being out. So like they're kind of like their legs, because they're resting their legs on the edge of the leaf. So it's like, okay, you know, they're in there securely. So I made a literal note on the page that I designed where they're riding giant birds in the sky, that I have to make sure that I design a harness and seats that have a seatbelt / buckle on them for the kids, because it's like, safety first. You know, if they're gonna go and ride birds in the sky, they're wearing seatbelts. I mean, they are meant to be between the ages of 2 and 6 between the both of them, so we want to make sure they're being safe. Right, we'll just sketch in that little hand. I'll obviously detail that up a bit later on. We'll just get that in place. Quite like the idea of them with their hands out, just enjoying the ride. And then now this is, Peel is meant to be much younger, so we have to make sure we've got quite a rotund face, because younger kids tend to still have a lot of their baby fat. So makes sense, you don't want to fall off. Exactly. And again, like, Peel they're inspired by my nieces and nephews, which I call nibblings. They're not directly my nibblings, but inspired by. So we want to, you know, Peel is between the ages of 2 and 4, and Papaya is between the ages of 4 and 6. So, you know, we want to make sure they're safe. And I think very much Papaya would have the determined, I'm gonna win look, But Peel would just be screaming in joy. Very much just like, wee, the whole way. And then if that's the leaf bottom, would be like that. And then we can bring that leaf back around to the point, which would all kind of be behind anyway. It's almost like they're holding the edge of the leaf, actually, which isn't a bad idea either for like directing the flow. I like that. I think I like that a bit more than then holding the center stick, because it helps break them up a bit more, you know? See, happy accidents, things that just come together. And then that gives a bit of room there for the giant flowers. Cool. Okay, let's clean up this edge a bit. Again, this is just our sketch page. When I do the actual lines, I'll be doing that on a fresh sheet. So we'll put this on a light box and trace it. Your grandbaby came for a visit earlier today, Elizabeth. That's exciting. We do like the bubbers. I got to spend all of yesterday with one of the nibblings. We went swimming. It was a blast. Alright, so I've accidentally drawn the Peel in the onesie again. So I guess Peel is wearing a onesie. I'm not opposed to it because those onesies are actually really comfortable, and honest to goodness, if I could get one in my size as a grown-up, I probably would. I mean, my blanket hoodie is kind of like half a onesie. But you all know those sort of romper onesies that they put young kids in. Whoops. Bumping all the things. Okay, well, like one that doesn't have a kid in it, please. That would be ideal. So I'm not showing kids on the channel. Sure, Christmas ones, that'll do. This one. These sort of things where they put them in. Where it's just a onesie, but it's like a full body onesie. So that's what we're putting Peel in. A grandbaby has recently started telling everyone I'm their best friend. Oh, that's so cute. It's so cute. What I should do, I just had a thought. Turn the camera that way. So this is where we're at so far. There's little Papaya. We're working on little Peel. You can see the duckies that are cheering on and the little fish friends. There's a secret little bubble mermaid back there at the starting line, and the caterpillar that hires the boats out, aka the leaves. And then as we come down here, this is where Shadow will be. And then this is the race's finish line because Shadow's winning right now. And there's a ducky that's going to be waving the flag. Little ducky that's holding the rope. And on the other side here will be a squirrel holding the other side of the rope. So that's where we're at with the page so far. We'll see if Nibbling... see what Nibbling says. Adult onesie. Oh my goodness, yes. It looks cozy and comfy, you know, and they're often made of a nice cotton, so they're also really comfy. Yeah, I have one and I'm like, awesome. Yeah, there probably are some around. I just haven't done enough hunting for one. I've got my blanket hoodie, which is super comfy too, so I like that. That makes me very happy. Right, yeah, they're great things. Do, 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 do. Oh, me just drawing claws instead of actually drawing a hand. Just because it's like, ugh, I've got to think about hands. Did I put any distinguishing features on this onesie? Bands on the wrist, collar, zip, and integrated shoes. But nothing distinct. No pattern, no design, just onesie. I got a blanket half day after I saw yours. Yeah, there's a few people there probably got on blanket hoodies after I wore, because I wear them. I live in them in winter though. They're so good. Especially for my arthritic bones. Like, freaking love my blanket hoodie. I was wearing it earlier this morning. I got a little hot wearing it because it's technically summer here, but it's also very cold today. Alright, I'm pretty sure I gave you the messy here. Yeah. I'm pretty sure that's what I gave you in the original sketch too. So I have a page where I have drawn peel properly, and then I just have like a horrendous sketch in here, just a quick idea that I threw down. But I put peel and t-shirt and shorts there, and then in the page I did actually finish the fully wearing the onesie. So yeah, the arthritis ain't fun, is it? But we make do. At the end of the day, you gotta do what you gotta do. If you stop moving, you won't move at all. So you just gotta keep moving, unfortunately. It sucks, but hey, we just take lots of breaks. Lots of stretches. Now this is going to look absolutely wild as I build up the face, so again, I'm blocking in shapes right now. not gonna look like that in the end. It looks wild right now because creepy face. Because it's just easier to build up the shapes, but it just cracks me up when it's like in this stage. It just looks like it's so wild. Only popping in for a bit today. I need to get to bed. Correct on the page so far. Don't work too hard with your hand. Thank you for sharing the process. It's all good. I have been taking a lot of breaks, Sniff. And we'll probably take another one. That's also why I'm wearing this compression gear and stuff too. We will be continually taking breaks while doing this process because it's one of those side effects of things. But I appreciate you popping in. And yes, if you need to get that good sleep, go get that good sleep. So we're going to bring your bottom of your eyes up a bit. I just realized I gave you normal eyes. I wasn't going to give you normal eyes. I was going to give you closed eyes because you're having so much fun that you closed your eyes to go wee. So you were going to have closed eyes, and I just remembered that. Don't forget to hydrate. Thank you. Yeah. Grab one of my mini water bottles. Because it's easy to forget. So thank you for the reminder. Alright, so we make a point of doing some nice rounded cheeks. Because, again, baby fat. And then I need to make sure I'm also looking at this. Not lying down and at an angle. And then yoink, yoink. Oh, it's so cute. So cute. Okay, I'm really happy with Peel. Here's our little Peel. Oh. It's very true, Evelyn. That's why when I take a long break, I try to be like, do you have washing in the machine? Because I don't have ADHD and I still forget about my washing in the machine. So I can only imagine. No, that's so cute, Lizbeth. Oh my goodness, it's another raid from Narnia Lioness. Kia ora, kia ora. Welcome in, raiders. Welcome in. I hope you're doing well today. Narnia, what were you up to? Charging in from Narnia. You've actually kind of chosen a great stream because we're kind of drawing our own version of Narnia. Oh, my hand. Sorry, I'm just giving my hand a little bit of a stretch. But yes, Nadia, what were you up to today? I hope you had an amazing stream. I know Narnia is a Kiwi streamer, and they play. Last time I checked, I believe you were playing. Oh gosh, I want to say Subnautica, but I could be very wrong about that. Playing a new game called Restory. You fix and repair electricity in early 2000s in Japan. Ooh. That actually sounds really intriguing. That sounds like a really cool game. Well, for all our raiders that have joined us, kia ora. My name is Amy. I am usually a colourist based in Aotearoa, New Zealand, and I usually work in adult colouring books. I was like, I should have some colouring books near me. I do. So normally I and dropping pencils everywhere. That's kind of normal. So normally we might be doing like some cute and cozy colouring. We've been doing a bit of work in like this book here, colouring some moons and stuff like that. But you're all good, yeah. Last weekend I had a charity stream event that I did, where we were raising money for cancer research, and it was awesome. We managed to raise £1,350, which is huge. But as part of that charity event, when we hit both £500 and £1,000 raised, I promised that I would design and release colouring book pages for a colouring book design that I've had in my head for a very long time. And so that's what we're doing today, is we are drawing out a colouring book page. So the book follows my cat Shadow, and came about after my nibblings, which is a term I use for my nieces and nephews, asked me, what does Shadow do when he jumps the back fence and goes to the bush behind our house? And myself, being a dungeon master and like game master for TTRPGs, immediately started coming up with a story. And so I came up with the idea of the Garden Glen, a secret world in the bottom of our garden, which is where this came from. So what we are drawing here is a page where our two characters, Papaya and Peel, have followed Shadow into the Garden Glen, and here they are racing leaves down a river. So we've got like a waterfall, there's a mermaid here. I've still got to draw the mermaid's face, we're coming back to that. Our caterpillar, that's also our boats for hire person, and then they've raced down the river. There's a bunch of duckies here. Here's Shadow coming up behind me right now. Couple of fishies. So we've just finished drawing Peel, and we have Papaya, and we're working our way around to drawing some flowers, and then we've got Shadow here on the leaf, and then we've got our finish line with a couple of animals. But I'm just going to move this before Shadow decides to overtake it. Speaking of the star, so yeah, if you have raided in with Narnia, and Narnia, if you need to do some post-care stream care, if you need to do a raid and fade, please feel free to. But if you want to hang around and lurk and help us as we design the page and get fully distracted by a cat, then you are most welcome to hang around. We'll take good care of your community, Narnia. Thank you so much for raiding in. This is also good because it gives me a little chance to stretch my hands, because my hands are a little damaged from a fall that I had from my inflammatory arthritis. So yeah, it's been slow going. We've been taking a lot of breaks. Sadly, I need to leave to get ready for a friend's party. That's all good. That's all perfect. So do the things you need to do. We'll keep this cat happy because this is what he's looking for. That's all you get. You're at your treat limit for today. Shadow kitty, so cute. Yeah, Shadow is a black kitty, although he loves to sunbathe, so you can see his sun bleaching here. He's actually a black kitty. He's a black void. And then he's got a little white spot under his neck and a white spot on his belly. Now, the question is, are you going to let me carry on, or are you here because you're like, it's cold and I want a nappy, and as such I want you to go to bed so I can have a nap with you? Because for some reason you think you can't go to bed without me, and it's too cold for you to go and take a nap in the bush today, which you will do without me. No, the amount of crud we got off you before, I think you might have done some. You might have been out in the wind at the very least. Look at all this fur and stuff coming off you. Hey? Can't take you anywhere, can we? Can we? Don't poke your tongue out at me, you silly cat. And there's some drool. Oh, I wish I could give you like a my eye view so you could see his face right now, because it's wild. I have two tuxedo cats and one is black. It also has some bleaching, and the other is white with bits of black. Love kitties. Yeah. I'm definitely a kitty person myself. Doggies are cute, but I'm definitely a cat girl. So yeah, the book, the colouring book, as I have been showing, you know, obviously these duckies in this picture and some fish, and there'll be a squirrel, and there's a caterpillar. So we're going to have lots of different animals as we go through the book, but just because there's a lot of animals, the one animal I don't want to have is cats, because Shadow is the only cat in the garden glen. Under the deck, where there's a portal to space, different story. Space kitties. Alright, are you going to let me draw, or are you going to be a poop again? Because you were a poop yesterday. Bye, Narnia! You gonna let me draw? You gonna let me draw, or are you just gonna be a poop? I mean, you are giving me a really good stretch in my hands, but... Can I have like an hour to just draw? I can't draw with you on the desk. The piece of paper's too big. It overtakes the whole desk. I mean, he is sitting in the corner. We might be able to get away with it. Oh. Well, I'll take the opportunity to try and massage out some of the puffiness. Gosh, you are covered in fluff from outside. I know you're not as much of a fan of this one, but you got bits all over you. Now he's wanting to move because I put that on him. You're not, no, not on the mic. I swear to God, one of these days you're going to break my cords because you always insist on rubbing on my cords. You're just a little problem maker, aren't you? Why is your tongue poking out today, eh? Why are you poking your tongue out? Your tongue goes in your mouth. You gonna let me carry on? Or just a nope? Just a nope. It's because you know that the next thing on the page is technically you. So you're like, I'm here to be a model. Is that what's going on? Oops, sorry, that was me completely bumping my microphone, my camera there. That one was all me. I'll take credit for that one. We won't blame you for that one, Shadow. Alright, you're not giving up, are you? Alright, we'll see if we can draw around you. Oh, maybe I should make it up coffee. No, I've already had 2 coffees today. Probably shouldn't. Do need to keep on hydrating though. Get a lot of salt. Oh, oh, oh. You want down? Do you want down? I'll bring you down. Or were you just thinking that me putting the glove on was actually indication for you to come forward for pats? Nee? Nee? Look, I know the book is about you, but the whole stream isn't about you, and I'm pretty sure the chat's going to be a bit bored of you just sitting here overtaking their place, so... And I don't think this is going to fit beside you all that well. Maybe. I'll work on some grass and stuff. Stuff where it doesn't really matter if you're not particularly close. Hey. Head boop. 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 Don't you go behind the computer. You know you're not allowed back there. Because you pull all my cords out and then we get in trouble. You stay around here. You can smell the ham residue. That's what you're trying to go for. You're trying to go for my plate. There's nothing there. Yeah, he's following the plate. Shadow is too cute. Yeah. I'm glad you like him. He's one of those, he does have like a resting goop face, which is just hilarious. He is a bit of a grumpy old man sometimes, but he is also very cute. But it's so nice and warm back there. I know why he likes to go back there. He just is naughty and will pull out the cords in the process, and then everything's gonna die because all the cords get pulled out and it's not good. So, it's a nope. It's a nope. It's a nope. Gonna take off. It's for a couple of hours. I can't wait to see the completed page. You're welcome, Colouring Mama. Colour Mama. You have a wonderful rest of your day. And we'll hopefully catch you again another time. I am really starting to feel it in my hands, so we'll see how much further we get, but we are, what are we at? We are 5.5 hours in, which is honestly longer than I thought I'd make. And we've got quite a bit of the page done. Shadow. Nope. You know you're not allowed back there. He said, where's the paint in the water? Yeah, I did hide the paint water as well. So he doesn't even have that. Yeah, it's because it's cold. He wants to go to bed. That's That's really what's going on. He wants to go to bed. He wants to be cuddled in bed. We should name it. So for you, it's harder to draw than colour due to the recovery in your hands. Yeah, so drawing versus colouring uses different techniques. So when I'm colouring, I'm holding my pencil more like this, and it's more that, whereas with drawing, I tend to be more holding my pencil like this, and it's more, yeah, and it also uses more different movements, whereas colouring is more, so yeah, when I first had my accident and hurt my hands, because at the time I was very inflamed with my inflammatory arthritis, so my knuckle was already very swollen, and then I fell, and in the process of falling I also smacked my hand on the ground, and so what was already incredibly swollen just really, really bad, and it's never felt quite the same since then. I started colouring in order to make it so I could hold a pencil, because I realised I couldn't even really hold a pencil anymore. So I started colouring to rebuild some form of strength in my hand with pencils, which did work. And I fell in love with colouring in the process. But there's also other components of colouring and other things I can do when my hands are giving up. So for example, I often use alcohol markers or water-based markers, and those use way less pressure. I can also do painting, and even with like shading, there's also like simply switching the pencil to the side and holding it in a different way. And you can see already in that movement, I'm using my hand in a completely different way. But with drawing, it's one way, and it's like this, and it's a lot of little precise movements, which is the hardest thing for my hand. It's not even like big sweepy movements, it's little precise movements. And I just find as I hold a pencil and as I use a pencil, in here is just crunchy, and it's never quite felt right since I unfortunately had the flare up and then the fall, which is a part of the arthritic damage. Which is why we are doing a thing like wearing this, and that's why I have been stopping a lot and giving my hands massages. I've been taking painkillers, I've been putting creams on my hand. It is getting to the point where I am going to have to call it though, because I can feel that my hand is really starting to frog, and I'm just sitting here trying to, like, even trying to draw that ribbon, I couldn't quite seem to get my hands to cooperate the way that I want for the ribbon. So I think it's probably a sign that we are at that point that I do have to stop, which is a shame. But I mean, we got about 2/3 of the way through the page, which is pretty good. I still have to go back and do Bubbles' face here. I still have to clean up these ribbons because I'm not happy with the ribbons. There's still obviously the little grassy areas in here, and then as we go down, we've still got down here, but down here the creatures get bigger, so one object uses more space, if that makes sense. And then once we've got like the big flowers here, then I can bring the big flowers along, we can add some extra leaves in. But yeah, I think I'm gonna have to call it there for today, which is a shame because I kind of was planning to get the entire page done today, which I should have known was a long shot, but this is also a detailed page. So yeah, so we will have to do another stream next weekend to carry on with this. I am not sure if it'll be Saturday or Sunday, my Saturday, my Sunday, so I'll book that in as soon as I can know what day I am available for it. And we will carry on with finishing off this one. We may look at starting to do the inking, that depends on lighting, stuff like that, or we'll move on to designing the second page if I feel like I'm going to be pushing it in terms of trying to do 2 pages, because I did say 2 pages by the end of the month. I do have one page, I do have a couple of pages in here that are kind of pre-sketched out as well. So for anyone that wasn't here at the start of stream, this is, so we have the shadow, peel and papaya, which is very, very light. It's just papayas like just a line art body. It hasn't got clothes or details yet. But these 3 are almost done. And then I also have this page where, again, I've just got some quick sketches of the 2 kids and Shadow being fed. And then I've got like this as well. So all, like both of those, and then that Shadow jumping off the couch, which isn't, needs a lot more work, those ones. But that is, like, it's not this sort of detail, but those have already got some core parts done to it. So I can see also finishing off those ones. While I'd rather create 2 pages like I promised, if I'm getting towards the end of the month and things are getting tight time-wise, I can also finish off those ones and be like, here's those ones. But ideally we will design and release the 2 pages. But we'll see how we go. Again, it's only the 14th/15th, so, you know, it's still got a little bit of time. But I'm also aware we're working with a hand with injuries, so we'll do the best we can. But yeah, I'm happy with what we've done so far. But as I said, I definitely am feeling it in my hands now. So I think we're going to call it here for today, because it's just everything's crunching as I move it. So yeah, I will be back on my Friday 7:30 p.m. For our regular colouring stream, where we will also try to finish off Libra finally. I just feel like we've been doing the same things for so long. It's just taking so long, that page. But we'll be back with hopefully that one, unless I get inspired to do something else, or if I get that one done during the week, and then we'll do something else. But yeah, we'll be back on Friday 7:30 p.m. for our regular colouring stream. And then, as I said, I will book in a stream either Saturday or Sunday for finishing off some more drawing. Hopefully by then my hand will have settled back down, and we can do a few more hours of drawing, and maybe even start inking it, which will be exciting. And yeah, as I said, this will be, once this is done, I will then go to the print shop to get the digital scan, bring it back home, clean it up on Photoshop, and then create the PDF / PNG / JPEG. I don't know, I'll figure out what size we're doing, figure all that stuff out. But I will get that all released to you. I will get it on my Ko-fi page, and then as soon as it's on my Ko-fi page, I'll be putting out the announcements everywhere for y'all. We might even, at the end of the month, I might try to time it so that the day I have it to go up, I also have a printed copy for me. And maybe we'll do a stream where we colour my own colouring page. That seems like a logical thing to do. I don't know. Yeah, but we'll see how we go with the month and everything. In the meantime, I hope you'll take care of yourself. Make sure you keep on hydrating out there. Make sure you stay warm if it is chilly, or make sure you stay cool if you're in one of the warm areas. I really, really appreciate all your support and all your understanding as well of working through with this page. I've enjoyed this stream a lot more than I thought I would. I was very nervous to be drawing live on stream, so I'm glad you all enjoy my silly little ideas and my happy little animals. And you never know, maybe this will start something where once a week we do a drawing stream and we just draw. We'll just design some colouring pages for y'all. Anyway, make sure you look after yourself. All the araha. Ooh, that hurts. All the araha to y'all. Take care, and I will see you in the next stream.